size, I analyze, I am the eyes. Yeah, they stand in lie, I stand in truth. That's my I am alive, I am alive, I am alive. I channel God, the frequency lives inside. Delinquencies leap aside, just look inside. I promise you'll find bodies the synagogue. You lie to self, then you sin to God. I take the end of lines, put it in a loop, then I tie a knot. This eternal life, this is Heka'u. We can never die, we are immortalized. They live mortal lives. I am more than man, I have God inside. Whoa. Opened the door and then I got inside. Found my inner child, gave him a hug, told him I love him, we gon' be alright. And then I gave a smile, you made me more than proud. Shed some tears, let us scream aloud, a stand in pride. Grabbed his hand, it was the hand of God, our fingers five. Double time, we put hands to sky. Raise them high, this is dua. Praise himself, praise each other, praise to health, that is the root to wealth. Praise comes from per, and it means to sell. See, that's what preachers do, buying souls, selling hell. Disguised as heaven, pushing P. Differences between prophet and prophecy. The Bible is a prop to see the lies of man, portraying God, open-eyed to see. Telling tales of wanderings, I've been wondering, they don't know that we're the real wonders. Miracles, when I speak it thunders, literal. You feel it under your flesh when your organs start to rumble. Heartbeat, you're listening to vibrations as my heart speaks. Stretch minds, I have far reach. Raj General, this is our me. This is pinnacle. Step on sinister, everyone is demons these days. Trust me, once you step to us, you will not leave as you came. See, we ain't the same, raising names. Real fame comes from Ba, it means to speak, to say. I have lots to say. My ancestors taught me how to pray, ask and receive. Given that you live in reciprocity, our Ba shall speak through you to give our message of praise. Hands raised, this is dua. This is dua. Light body emerges Kaaba. Give me high five. Hands up. This ain't a stick up. This is dua. Giving praise. They're only giving praise when they receive a raise. Like thank God. I receive a raise as I rise up every single day. Raise comes from res, giving life. The sun's rays, hands embrace. Consciousness extinct, even the ones who think they are woke are still asleep. Resi means to watch and it deals with what you see. Resi means to dream and it's the tongue of the speech. Watch what you speak, bring dreams to reality. Watchtower, watch me tower over with power. This is more than album, this is pure magic. Creation vibrations, layers on layers. Prayers on prayers, demon slayers, soul cakes of fire, caught up in a rapture like I need a baker. The Lord has risen, watch the bread rise, to give sustenance. I've seen death eyes, the moon is my left eye. Praise Yah, dua. This is House of ATTEN. I don't have a mask on, I'll tell you all what happened. I see they got the facts wrong, flow fluid. Walk with ancestors like Anpu is. Who's this? Greek named Anubis. Prove it. I see bodies walking around soulless, clueless. Ani Pata, don't compare me to Steve Jobs. Call me Pata Sakar. If you need to do more research, search Ray. Hands in vagina plays when pray. Spitting seeds into the womb to birth and raise. See, that's parades. Give thanks like it's in your hands. Collect them plates, ancient stele. Step through fire, see we trailblaze. Fate and faith, this is knowledge. Facts or flip or fake. Tell me what's at stake to give thanks. Hands raised, this is dua. This is dua. Light body emerges Kaaba. Give me high five. Hands up. This ain't a stick up. This is dua. Scribal Sessions Volume 1. For the record. Open your eye in alignment with time and you'll see the truth like it's a physical thing. From the darkness I arise, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. As above, so below, I find a rhythm and flow as I grow with the pendulum swing. This is the matrix where everyone's faking they sleep here in life while we wake up in dreams. Shedding the skin like a serpent, this work makes it worth it. Attaining a purpose while searching internal, examine what all is in me. Most will not make it, their soul cannot take it. Reality shaking, you've seen what I've seen. Reap what you sow, with the weavers of speech, achievers, and this is the read 'em and weed 'em. You cannot read in vibrations that none of them speak. Walk a meadow netter, light is feather is heavy to learn that your will isn't free. Net your willing, I continue to lead with my ebas. I'm sweeping my consciousness clean. Training in realms that are unseen. My aura is some set fire to all of the fiends. Stand on my ATTESTATIONS, all seeing I we supply 93. That means we are supreme. Healing through tones on my senses, connecting in NICEA. Wealthy is health, this is green. This is illusion, reality veiled in delusion. Thoughts become intrusive, it's foolish to not know by now that it ain't what it seems. This is way more than belief. I see clearly the lies. My six senses of sight are hypnotized. No wonder everyone sleeps. Open your eyes. It's time to set off the alarm. The performance self-harm. Don't you know you're a star? God in human form and you rise with the beast. More than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper. Seeing the state of the planet, the damage, the famine expanding beyond your belief. I see they landed, they've handed the people a cannon and aiming it right at your feet. Blowing a hole where you're standing, creating the panic. The tactical planning is deep. Teaching you only a man and that God is in heaven, the seventh outside of your reach. If you're the question, they'll call you a manic, frantic, erratic, depression, demonic. When you're teaching through the magical speech, they'll call you serpent, the one in the garden. Pardon my knowledge for having the knowledge and prowess to see. He really told the truth to Adam and Eve. You'll have distinction between good and evil if you eat of the fruit of the tree. Now you're a god, open your eye, cleansing yourself so that now you can see. They stole the stories and twisted them like it's a spliff. They put the fire to leaf, I put the fire to speech. I put the fire to heat. We don't do liars and thieves, they just desire to greed. This is my record to keep, this is my throne. You cannot sit in my seat, and I command it. I give more than 10 commandments. This is the law of attraction, and we have infinite stamina. My stage is where I'm standing. This is my art, God is in me. I only keep goddesses with me. They are the magical beings, they are the holy ones, birthing the gods. We're overcoming the odds. We are the even and odd. They're in the odds, we're in the all. Ancestors answer my prayers, forever grateful. I will forever say thank you. Inspiration to awake the sleepers. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper.
You and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of MAAT, and may you rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore, MAAT.
I look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lead, though flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. Look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lead, though flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. I am him, king, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in mindset of when fighting jinns, sword swang, samurai, I am Shem, Su, Hor, son of Heheru, I am him, king, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in mindset of when fighting jinns, sword swang, samurai, I am Shem, Su, Hor, son of Heheru, words powerful, Hekau, see proof, you can feel the roots, gone, just look up, I am proof, breaking doors down, make some room, but I is now speaking through me and trust me.
Otep, peace and love. Welcome to the House of ATEN. Ancient Tehutian Teachings of Natiru presents Scribal Sessions 11, From Egyptian Magic to Conscious Light, Jesus the Magi. Before we begin, we will do as we do every week with our beautiful affirmation. On the count of three, I need you gonna post it, bro? Let me see. All right, let me see. Hold on.
I tried to share it. You see it, honey?
Look, I'm gonna do it like this. Brick by brick.
I had it locked and loaded
I
from
appreciate
the
that, brother.
yeah, from the community Discord. I shared it in there.
Beautiful.
Feeling this background music.
I like it, yeah. I'm Tef Rem Kema'at. I'm the esteemed steward of the Venerable House of ATEN. As a devoted disciple of the Master Teacher, the illustrious Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, I proudly undertake the role of the sagacious host for the weekly gathering within the sacred halls of the House of ATEN. Here we delve into the profound teachings that illuminate the path of Ma'at. In the sacred sanctuary of the House of ATEN, I guide fellow seekers on a journey of enlightenment and understanding. Drawing from the wellspring of ancient wisdom, our gatherings are profound explorations into the depths of truth, meticulously deciphered through the lens of ancestral artifacts and the profound teachings bestowed upon us by the great Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. My commitment to the pursuit of wisdom extends beyond the confines of our weekly gatherings. As a true-hearted devotee of truth, I strive to embody the essence of Ma'at in all aspects of life, expressing unwavering love for my people. My soul resonates with the harmonious frequencies of the Medu Neter. I stand as a loyal guardian of Ma'at, steadfastly defending the sacred principles that govern our existence within the House of ATEN. Next, we have the mighty Menku Ra Mary Ma'at is a student of the master teacher, Saba Tahuti Amenhotep Ra, and a follower of Ma'at. Menku Ra is the head, the festivities organizer of the House of Aten, cultural enlightenment advisor and a teacher, developer of the Pathways of Awakening, a director and producer of documentaries, researcher of ancient civilizations, and a researcher of the knowledge of spells. Next, we have the great primordial thought 9 is a seeker of divine wisdom, the wisdom with universal structure, the wisdom that remains the same from every perspective, the wisdom that adapts to any interaction, the wisdom that creates silence, the wisdom that sustains the House of Aten. And our presenter for the night, the mighty scribe Ani Ptah Aten Tehuti, is a teacher of knowledge, spoken word artist, a creator, awakening the sleepers and healing the chosen ones through sound, vibrational tone, and conscious thought. He's the Sob, the wisdom door opener, and the lead organizer here at the House of Aten. Welcome everybody to Study Guide Sundays. Peace and love, great brothers. Peace and love, everybody.
Hotel, peace
How
and
y'all
love,
feeling?
great brother. Feeling good, feeling great, feeling wonderful.
Hotel, peace. I'm loving that background you got, Menku. Menku, you're gonna have to when Ani start, you're gonna have to log out and log back into your chroma cam. I see your
Yeah, I see
your
the
thing
logo.
down there at the bottom. You got the watermark down there.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Hotel, great brother.
But we
Yeah, just sign in, great brother. It'll go away. Let me do a mic
Okay,
check.
Tua.
Let me do a mic check real quick. Make sure everyone can hear me.
I can hear you good, great brother.
Yes, let me check the stream because what you hear is different from what they hear from me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so everyone put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me clear. I know I wasn't right earlier. Everyone put a 1 in the chat for me if you can hear me clear.
Where's the chat? How do I see the chat? We got a new system. Hey, brick by brick. Hey, listen, everybody. We expanding here at the House of Aten. Y'all know we don't stand still. Everything move at the same speed when you standing still. So this is great.
Okay, they say I'm low.
He said you low. Where's the chat? Hold on. Where my phone at?
Gotta pull up a YouTube.
Yeah, I just opened up a tab in YouTube.
Menku, how you feeling, good brother?
I'm feeling good.
All right.
I'm feeling great. Yeah, last night's class was, of course, powerful from our master teacher, Saba Tahuti, and I'm amazed by you and Ani Ptah and how y'all moving in this OBS. This is fire.
All right,
Hey,
mic
yeah,
check.
man. Your background look good too. Hey, we owe it all. Listen, man, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna tell everybody in the chat.
Hold on 1 second, great
When I
brother.
used to
1
watch
second,
Saba-
great brother Tef. Let me make sure my mic is good before we move
Okay.
forward. Am I still low? Everyone, put a 1 if I sound good. Put a 2 if I'm low. If I sound good and clear, if I'm louder. If I'm low, put a 1. If I'm good, put a 2. And get this mic right before we move forward.
Where's our moderator?
Peaceburger Sleuth is back. Yeah, for me, yeah.
Where is our moderator?
Let's see from the viewers if Ani Ptah mic is right. It sounds good for us.
Okay.
Okay, Maharu said 1.
Strangers
It
say
sounds
2. You
good.
almost there.
Okay.
The hamburger.
So hopefully this will work. And let's see.
Superhero 84. Now.
Okay, I think I'm good now.
Yeah, you sound louder now, bro.
Yeah.
All
Yes.
right, excellent. All
Peace,
right,
peace.
proceed, great brother Tef, with what you were
Yeah, I
saying.
was saying, yeah, we working on a new system here, so we trying to learn it, trying to figure it out. And I said, I remember watching Saba on the Killer Priest podcraft and watching AD assist. And it was so great. So now to have you, great brother, here new to you and all that you do, because we're gonna get it right, everybody in the chat. So I appreciate your patience. And y'all know how we do. We building brick by brick. So this is a new system for us. We trying to, bring forth bigger and better, and we growing. So thanks to all of you in the chat, all your supporters and everything. We moving forward, man. So yeah, this is a beautiful thing right now. So look, superhero done went from 34 to 84. Shout out to you, great brother.
Added 50.
Yeah, right quick. I love it. I love it, brother. Keep expanding.
Okay. All right. Let me. I think we should be good. So yes, like the great brother Tef just said, we're working with a new system. That's why the class has started so late. So this is our first time working with this system, and it's a lot more. It's a lot more things that have to be set up prior. So this is all a learning process. We're going to learn as we go, and we're going to figure it out on the way. All right, let's give a peace and love to everyone. Stranger, peace. Good brother, stranger, peace. Much love to everyone in attendance tonight. Peace and love. Okay, let me write some things down, because as we are streaming, I will figure out some things I need to add. And one of the things I need to add is to add the comments to screen. So this isn't like StreamYard where you can just click, everything's in there. This is have to add everything. So for everyone's patience and for being here with us and assisting us as we just continue to expand and grow. So peace and love to Stranger, Angela Gates, Hotep, Anu and Antu is here with us. Tua HOA, Ku, Simiyu, MAAT, Ker, Ben, Sin, Isfat, Bet, Sin, Isfat. Thank you, HOA. The shining ones who live upon right and truth without deceit, they abominate wickedness. Peace and love to the great moderator Anu and the great social media manager Antu. Appreciate both of you for being here. Superhero 84, aspiring netter. Peace and love, good brother. Aaron J. Hotepu. Stranger says move to a new space. Excellent. Hope that that is going well for you. Nookpoo is here with us. Peace, great brother. Hush Nation is here with us. And then we have Burger Sleuth. Peace. I think you'll enjoy this class. It's going to be very informative. Let's see. Eric G, that's it. Hotep. All right. Okay, so yeah, peace and love, everyone. And so, houseofaten.org, everyone can go and get your Pathways to Awakening tickets. And let me share my screen to that so everyone can be guided through it. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right. And then let me add all of us up here. So all of us are on the screen. There we go. And then let me add the music over here. See if we can get the tones going. All right, there we go. All right, step by step. Step by step. Okay. All right. Hotep, Stranger Tua for the Tuition of the 20 there. Yeah, next stream I'll be able to put the comments on the screen. And Nefertatan, you say Hotep no banner across the bottom. Yes, all of that has to be added, and I'll probably create a new way to do that. So 2 off for that. I'll add that to the notes. Banner at the bottom. All right, here we are, houseofaten.org. And so when you go to the events section here, you'll see Pathways to Awakening. Pathways to Awakening 2024, October 20th, 12 p.m. Pacific time. You all definitely want to make it out. Do not wait till the last minute to get your tickets. There will be a MAAT line, what people may know as a deadline, for when the tickets will stop being able to be bought on the website. It'll probably be a week prior. So make sure you get your tickets. Orsanet Nana is giving a meditation. We'll have an award show. We'll have a talent show. So all of our talented crew, make sure you get your talent show ticket and come let us enjoy your performances, your creations. It's a beautiful thing. Last year, we had people sign up for it. We didn't have time to have it, but this year, that'll be no problem. We'll definitely be able to have the talent show, and there's $100 prize winnings, first prize winnings for the person who comes in first via the voting system. So sign up for the talent show. Of course, the meals, and I'll go over that. The Great Saba Tehuti is given a rinse ceremony, a Hotep offering ceremony. We'll be giving as well, so bring your offerings for the Great Saba. We will also be having a raffle, so you can get a raffle ticket. You can get as many as you like, and there'll be a great prize for the raffle. And I will also be giving a live performance, which will be fun. So here is the full menu that the great Nani Aset Mer is providing to the House of Aten's Pathways to Awakening 2024. Everyone can take their time to go through and read this. And there are 3 main entrees: Caribbean style stewed chicken, herb crusted baked salmon, and plant-based jerk chicken made from cauliflower. So some very Nefer dishes here. And so here, enter the pathway, and this will take you to where you can purchase your tickets. Here's the main entry with the entrees, the raffle entry to get the raffle, and the talent show entry. Do not purchase a raffle or talent show ticket without a main entry ticket, TUA. So make sure if you want to enter into the raffle, you have a main ticket as well. And so 1 entry is $10. 2 entries will be $15, and then 3 entries will be $20. So the more entries you get, the more you actually will be able to save. So versus one at a time. 3 entries will be 30s, but if you just get 3 here, you'll get them for 20. So get as many entries as you like. And again, the talent show, $100, and a limited Pathways to Awakening 2024 tea that we will have for everyone. And so here is, you'll just choose which entree you would like. And of course, there's 3 very nefer dishes to choose from. So Tua Hinu, peace and love to those who have already purchased your tickets. I've seen some of you already make your purchases. So Tua for being fast and on point and setting everything ahead of time. So Tua for that. Everyone make sure to follow our social media as well. Here is the link tree. Very powerful Heka'u that's taking place. So TikTok, Instagram, follow us there. And I also will be doing live streams on TikTok. So I started playing with that to learn that system as well. So a lot of things are shifting into different avenues so we can do more. And so we will also be doing TikTok lives as well, bringing classes there. So I'm looking forward to doing that on a consistent basis. And yeah, everyone go get your merch, support the pod classes, the Great Saba Tehuti pod class. Here's his links as well. And here's all the classes in playlist form for everyone. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Hotep points. Make sure that you are utilizing these through this section here to take advantage of the discounts that are available. All right, so let's bring it back here. All right, great brothers, if you all have any announcements before I go in, that'll be great.
Just want to say I'm looking forward to this, brother. Looking forward to Scribal session number 11. I remember like it was yesterday. We was just at number 1. So it's great to be at the Echo, the Double, the 11. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this, great brother.
Sending you powerful light frequency and sound vibration that will resonate throughout the universe and bring people into the conscious light in Hotep.
All right, Hinu Hotep. And let me go to the stream here and pin the support links to the top. There we go. To our great brother Anu. Hush Nation, peace to you. Are you fixed? I think that you are fixed. So just confirm for me if that is you, good brother. And once I get a rhythm going on here, it'll be a lot smoother. So. All right, to our good brother, Hush Nation, Fix says Scribal Sessions, best album of all time. To our Hinu to you, great brother. I appreciate your support. I did receive your support that you sent me and the message that you sent with it. It was very inspirational and motivational, great brother. So, Tua. For letting me know what it means to you and showing me love and support like you did in those very nefer words that you gave about the tone. So Hinu and Tua for that. All right, so let's see. Let me do a mic check once I go here. Okay. All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. Everyone put a 1. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. All right, you can hear me. Okay, let me try this. Okay, mic check. Let me try this. Can you hear me now? Mic check, mic check. Put a 3 in the chat if you can hear me now. Put a 3 in the chat if you can hear me right this moment. You hear an echo? Okay. Let's see. All right, do you still hear an echo? Mic check 1 2. Do you still hear an echo? Hit a 3. Hit a 3 if you can hear me clear with no echo. I want to make sure there's no echo. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Okay, I hear it. Okay, 2 out for everyone's patience. Let's oh, I think I know what it is. All right, the echo should be gone now. All right, now everyone put a 9. Put a 9 in the chat if you can hear me clear with no echo. Hear me clear with no echo. I think we're good now. Clear with no echo. Okay, there we go. Clear with no echo. Okay, there we go. All right, Tua. And lastly, yes, I know that there was an echo again. I'm Tua. So I have it the way I have it set up. Yeah, I figured out what it was. So we should be good right this moment. Once that feedback clears out, we should be good. All right, and then let me know if you can hear this. Uncle Jasaneb, I'm complete while I am sleeping on my sled. Though I'm never sleep, not even when I'm dead. I will never die, eternal life, awake while in my dreams. I taught them how to shed, God is I, open portals, they'd rather watch strange instead. Stranger things, in the double realm, like it's upside down, feet replace the head. All right, can y'all hear that? Give me some motion in the chat if y'all can hear that clear. Make sure y'all can hear me clear. All right. Okay. All right. All right, let's go. Uncle Jacined, I'm complete while I am sleeping on my sled. Though I'm never sleep, not even when I'm dead. I will never die, eternal life, awake while in my dreams. I taught them how to shed, God is high, open portals, they'd rather watch strange instead. Stranger things in the double realm, like it's upside down. Feet replace the head, silence is the sound, and it's more than loud. Trails of wave I tread, heaven is the ground. I traverse on clouds, decapitate is fed head. What is lost is found, stand up straight when I'm around, your spine is the dead. Reverse time, emit versus light rays. Mandelbrot set when we eye gaze. The nine say infinitely break the scale if they try to tempt me. Hot-headed son of the sun, Sarah. It's scary when you regain consciousness and don't know what you've done. I've seen Isfet run like they have a life to save. Put them in a box, lock it up, feeling safe. Sorts of numbers all around them, now watch them combinate. I see they love to hate, demon slay, net her body, Tehuti leads the way. Kill them with PTAH, that's what I heard them say. Thoughts measure out my actions with movements. I'm sure of me, movement with actions that's proven. They're like, who is he? When I step in rooms and do not say a word, my aura speaks. I will not turn it down, my EPAS speech. Purity, I do more than see. Demon sheep, holding hands, I can see the fleece. It's time for Heka, leave a hole holiest in your body like Mecca. There's 3 ways to visualize that. Tribeca, immersed in light, collect the lecture, lector, warrior. Eye of Ra, eye of Heru, coming light. My source is eyesight, MAAT, scribe of 1,000 lives. I synthesized, I empathized, I meditated. I take appropriate measure, then I synthesize. Send the signs, him and I, it's 2 in 1. No Gemini, we ain't Greeks. Astronomy, not astrology, they live a lie. They stole what we teach, and then they gave you death. Sir Apis is the source of Jesus. Sir Apis, Sir is a Sar. Bull Apis, I can take you far. They have the planet fooled, and it's heavy. Why? Cause they eat light, they turn the planet fooled. Back to Lecter Hannibal, the so-called leaders cannibals. Locking up the gods, they start the candles. Place them in a cell, charged up, siphon all your jewels. You are bright still, it's illusion that they make the rules. It's time to bring life to death, prosper in every step, healing through every breath. Behold, healthy whole, whether full or empty, lead with lead. Keep your head, Ma'at heals the source of med. Uncle Jacined. Jacined. All right, Hotep.
Can I drop bombs? Or I gotta wait. You teaching, bro. Can I drop bombs?
Go ahead, great brother. Go ahead. Can you hear me, Atef? I don't know if Atef can hear me. Can y'all hear me in the chat? Put a 1. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me.
You on mute, Ani, if you talking, brother. We can only hear the music.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think that they can. Mic check, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I think they could hear me, but you couldn't. But yes, great brother, go ahead, drop your drop your bombs. All right, Tua Hinu, everyone. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, everyone. It's called Uncle Jasined. And so I have that ready for you all very soon. So Tua for the Marie. Okay. All right, let me check and make sure you all. So switching back and forth, I have to do a couple things. So that's why I'm checking audio with you all to make sure that this works properly. So to everyone for assisting me in making sure that this is running smooth. Okay, I think I'm good. All right, if everyone can hear me nice and clear, put a 9 in the chat and then I will begin the class. Everyone put a 9 in the chat if you can hear me nice and clear. All right, there we go. All right, perfect. Okay, Tua. All right, let us begin. Okay, so today I am giving a class that I have been wanting to do for a while. And so this will be a two-part class. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay. There we go. Let me turn this feedback off. There we go. And let me add one more thing. Here. Again, Tua, make sure everyone has hit the like button. Hit the like button. I want to make sure I have some music playing. Okay, let me get this music to play. To everyone for your patience. As I work through this. Okay, there we go. Okay. Step by step. Step by step. Okay, I think we're ready now. All right, if you all can hear the background music, if you all can hear me clear, if you all can see the screen, put a 72, put a 72 in the chat. If you can hear the music, hear me, and see the background. All right, there we go. All right, I see the 72s. Okay, perfect. So now we can begin, put music up a quarter. Okay. All right. How is that, stranger? Is that better? Does it need to go up a little bit more? Mic check, mic check. I know stranger, he's a producer, so all right, says good, 72. All right, perfect. All right, let us begin. Let me pull this up on my phone here so I can see what you all see. Okay. There we go. All right. All right, here we are. From Egyptian magic to conscious light. Jesus the Magi. Okay. Give me just 5 seconds. Let me grab a water bottle, turn my fan on, and we'll be ready. Give me 15 seconds. All right, I'm back. Again, Tua everyone, for your patience and as we continue to advance and evolve. Definitely comes with a lot of trial and error, so don't be afraid to try anything new, and it doesn't have to be perfect, especially the first time around. So you all are witnessing the process that takes place, and even just me relaying to y'all some of the process that's going through my mind as this is taking place. So to everyone, I hope you all enjoyed the tones and it in high quality. That was extremely difficult to get to make it sound already studio mixed while doing it live. So I hope y'all enjoyed that. All right, and let me pull this up here so I can see your comments. All right, here we are. Class by Ani Patah, ATEN TEHUTI. From Egyptian magic to conscious light, Jesus, the Magi. Welcome to Scribal Sessions, where I teach from the perspective of the ancient scribe to bring forth the correct teachings that root in the language, showing you the disciplines of the scribe and the foundational guidance from within the Sebayit, the instructions of the Tep-Aui, the ancestors. This particular class will be of the same nature. But for me to begin making plain the story and organizing the Isfet, the chaos that has confused humanity as a whole, I must take you through doors that have caused so much damage to many of us, the Bible. I will show you what was taken away in the early stages of Christianity and give you the puzzle pieces that have been missing to complete the story. So, let's move forward. What is magic? Here in the online etymology dictionary, we have magic, late 14th century magic with a K. Art of influencing or predicting events and producing marvels using hidden natural forces. Also supernatural art, especially the art of controlling the actions of spiritual or superhuman beings. From Old French, magique, magical, Latin, magic, sorcery, magic. From Greek, magic, presumably with techne, art. And if you want to understand more about what the techne is or the arts, you can go back to my music class, Music in Ancient Kemet, and how the arts or the muses, which then create your music, comes from the Greek word muse, which then comes from the word men, which means to think. And the muses were involved with the arts, and how techne or tekken is actually one of TEHUTI'S names. And that's in Music in Ancient Kemet class. From magicos, magical from magos, one of the members of the learned and priestly class. from Old Persian magush, which is possibly from Pi root mag, to be able or to have power. Okay. The transferred sense of legerdemain, optical illusion, is from 1811. It displaced Old English Wiccacraft, or see witch, or Wicca, from dry magician, priest, magician. So here you see the priest and the magician being as one. From Jewett, natural magic in the Middle Ages was that which did not involve the agency of personal spirits. It was considered more or less legitimate, not sinful, and involved much that would be explained scientifically as the manipulation of natural forces. Okay. So here, as we run through the etymology and we see the magic, which comes, this word, the magic word itself, from magush or from magos in the Greek. This concept, known today as magic, comes from the Greek word mageu. Magiu or magia. And so here is a Greek word study tool. It's called Perseus, and it has all of the Greek attestations of all of their writings and the language and the words. So this is a great tool when wanting to see what the Greek is actually saying, right? Because for those who may not know, who are watching this, the oldest Bible is the Septuagint, which is a Greek text. So the biblical writings, the narrative that will be told to you is that it's was originally hold on, let me come back here. Okay, I see two of them going. Let's make sure there's only one. Oh, okay. I just figured out something that I was missing. Oh, okay, I see. All right, there we go. All right. So as I was saying, the Septuagint, or the what people today know as the Old Testament, there is a narrative that the Old Testament, or the Torah, was written in Hebrew and was translated to Greek later. So that's the narrative that's being put within the narrative today of the origin of the Bible and in academia. Though not all scholars agree with that, there's many scholars who know that it's a Greek text and that it started off in Greek, and then later you have the Hebrew copy within the narrative of the actual story, because it's a fictional writing. It's not true. It's a fictional writing. And when we know now that this Bible is written in Greek, then we can begin to remove the thought process of just looking at the Hebrew, because the Hebrew is not even the original writings of the book. And I told this in TEHUTI'S pod class. When you look at the language, because as a scribe, you know, I study language, not just the Medu, but because the Medu is my foundation, the source of these languages, I start with the foundation, and then I begin to work my way outward. And of course, starting with the source. This is how I work. I go to the source first, and then I begin to learn about the expressions afterwards. But I study language, and as a scribe, it's important that I do that, because even in Tamaray, in the Nile Valley, you would have scribes that would be able to read and write the Medu, and also read and write the Imigur, or what people know as the cuneiform of Sumer. So it's important for me to know, so I can begin to delve into these stories and bring them to you all, so you have a clear understanding of what's really taking place. So now that we know that the source of the Bible that people know today, because Bible is just from biblios, and it means a collection of books. I mean, all different types of Bibles that have nothing to do with the Abrahamic religions. But it's a Greek text. So now whenever I look at passages and I go to, when I go to read, I now go into the Greek, because the Greek is the source of the writings of these stories. And you're able to gain far more context with the Greek than you are with the Hebrew. One, because the Hebrew is the language that they call Hebrew only has about 8,000 unique words. Greek has maybe, there's different numbers, but you'll see within the 100,000 range to 200,000. You'll see that as in unique words for the Greek, which gives you a lot more room to be expressive in your thought when you're writing, which makes more sense to start with that, which is why when you start to compare the Greek and the Hebrew in the writings, you can see how you can begin to see how the Hebrew has to condense itself. And of course, for those who may not know the Medu, there's numbers, different numbers again, but for the Medu, there's between 5 to 10 million unique words. Even within just the TLA, the Thesaurus Linguae Egyptica, you have over 1 million entries of just words that are documented within that. There's a German dictionary that has 5 volumes that has over 1 million unique words in the dictionary of the Medu. And that's just from what we have, because consistently learning new words, translations every day. So the Medu has millions of words. So again, the technicality of just the language in itself is far beyond anything that has come after it, especially in antiquity. So this is what I do. I look at the Greek, because this is an original Greek text. Okay. And so here we're looking at the word Magi. Magi here. Magau. To be a magus or skilled in Magian lore. To use the magic arts. To bewitch. Right? To be a magus or skilled in Magian lore. And so this is where this word magic, right? Magician, magic, comes from this magiu word here that's in the Greek. Okay. As the scribe, it is my job to bring you the words, languages used before the matrix of today, as well as the languages used to begin creating this false matrix. This allows me to make plain the stories that have been magically implanted to control the hearts and minds of the human today. Right? And so that's why within this class here, I'm going to be showing you, because if you read the title of this class, it's From Egyptian Magic to Conscious Light. So from the Egyptian magic, which Egypt is a Greek word, all right? So I have to start you there to begin to understand these stories, to build the bridge instead of just jumping from here directly to the Medu. I'm gonna take everyone on a journey and show you the SESHions or Oinu. Okay. So let me now take you to one of the earliest attestations of the Greek word Magi. It is within Plutarch's ARTAXERXES. And so Plutarch's is a famous Greek writer. And his writings date between 80 CE to 120 CE, late 1st century. And he has a writing here called ARTAXERXES, which this is a person, the first ARTAXERXES, because there's two, preeminent among the kings of Persia for gentleness and magnanimity, was surnamed Longimanus because his right hand was longer than his left, and was the son of Xerxes, the second ARTAXERXES. The subject of this life was surnamed Memor, or mindful, and was the grandson of the first by his daughter Paracetus for Darius. And Paracetus had 4 sons, an eldest ARTAXERXES, and next to him Cyrus. And after these Ostanes and Oca-Thres. And so here's the dates of when these people lived, 465 to 425 BCE. And this writing is based on ARTAXERXES 2, 404 to 362 BC. So this is where I'm going to show you one of the oldest attestations for this word Magiu. And so here up at the top, I have the Greek for everyone, and the translation down here in English. Again, so from Plutarch, ARTAXERXES, chapter 3, verse 3. And again, these writings originally date from 80 CE to 120 CE, late 1st century. So a short time later, the king sent Darius to Parsagardas as the royal ceremony was performed by the priest in Persia. But the goddess of war was a priest whom Athena had guessed. In this, he sees the person passing by in the uniform that was put aside for him, and let them assume the glory that the old man wears before he becomes king, and let them go down to the palace of figs, eat interminento, and drinking a glass of sour milk. But if they do other things to these people, it is not obvious to others. Artaxerxes does these things of the future. Tissaphernes came to him, one of the priests who, in the play of Cyrus, had been born as the guardian of the supposed education, and taught him to bewitch. So here, this word bewitch is here, as you see. Ma, gach, this Y looking letter is a gach, E, U. The magach, right? And so here, it is speaking about education, right? And teaching bewitchment. Here in this translation of Plutarch's Lives by this person, Benedot Predin, Cambridge, MA, Massachusetts. And so, yes, this is one of the earliest that you'll see this word being used within this context here, which then, of course, creates your magic as we know it today with the actual word magic. Peace and love, everyone. Tua. Make sure you all like the video. Support. Peace, Angela Gates. I see you say the womb circle was Nefer. Excellent. I'm glad that the womb circle was Nefer. I'm very excited for all the great sisters to be able to experience that. So it's very Nefer. So Tua. And so yes, here we are, to bewitch. And so let me show you another translation of this word Magi. All right, and so here we are, same thing, the Parallel Lives by Plutarch. All right, chapter 3, the life of Artaxerxes. And we're going to start here at 3, chapter 3, verse 3. As Artaxerxes was about to perform these rites, Tissaphernes brought to him a certain priest who had conducted Cyrus through the customary discipline for boys and taught him the wisdom of the Magi. And so now this word, Magi, is being translated into wisdom of the Magi. So the Magi or the Magi is associated with wisdom. And so it's also associated with bewitchment, to bewitch, right? The spell or the magic. And so you see within two different translations, which are both, as you see here, this text is in the public domain, published from the Loeb Classical Library Edition. This page has been carefully proofread, and I believe it to be free of errors. If you find a mistake, though, please let me know. So both of these are two widely accepted translations of this writing here. And so, wisdom of the Magi, all right? This word Magiu. It is the Magiu who is being associated with wisdom. And so, now the ability to bewitch is synonymous with wisdom. This also was sourced from the singing of incantations, which is now your enchantments. All right. So now you see Magiu to be a magus, to use magic arts. Right here, Magan, to sing incantations called forth by magic arts. So now the magus is to sing incantations. All right, this is all the meaning of this word, right? So the bewitchment, which is the singing or the incantation, which creates the magus, which is also the wise ones, the wisdom, the ones who can incant or enchant through singing, through the sound. All right. And so Enchant, literal. To enchant, it says literal, practice sorcery or witchcraft on. Figurative, delight in a high degree, charm, fascinate. And Old French enchanter, to bewitch. As you see here, charm, to cast a spell. From Latin incantar, to enchant, to fix a spell upon. From in, upon, or into. In, which of course is medu. Cantar, to sing. From Pirut Khan, to sing. Or perhaps a back formation of enchantment. So yes, enchant, which is associated with bewitchment or spells or charms, is the word chant, meaning to sing. To sing. So when you look up sing here, you see to chant, to sing, especially in joy or merriment, celebrate or tell in a song. From Pirut singu, to sing, to make an incantation. Play on a musical instrument. Okay, so now it's beginning to take away the allure that the church began to place, take away the evil that the church began to place within the tones, within the words that we use, which takes away your power as an enchanter, as someone who sings words. And so this enchantment is the literal incantation, which is your voice, but it's also an instrument, as you see here. Play on a musical instrument. There are said to be no related forms in other languages, unless perhaps it is connected to Greek umphi, or voice, especially of a god, an oracle, to explain, to interpret. The typical Indo-European root for to sing is represented by Latin canir, or chant. Other words meaning sing derive from the root meaning cry or shout. Literally to take or to seize, take up a song or melody. So the singing has always been associated with the crying or the shouting. And I went into this in the music in ancient Kemet as well, and showing how music was originally to be an echo of the mourning of Aset and the Bet-Het, used to resurrect Asar. And that is what created the first concepts of music written down in actual literature. So, which of course, the singing or and we have that literature as well. The lamentations or the hymns, all right, becomes your hymns to sing. Is your enchantment. That's your magic, right? That's your ability to cast spells, all right, through the actual tone and through the language, which that word language comes from the word dingu, which means tongue. So all of this is was always taught and known, that the sound vibration is used to create within what people today know as supernatural means. So yes, play on a musical instrument. is another word to sing, because the literal instrument is singing. Which is enchantment. So let me now take you to some videos. We're gonna take a praise break. We're gonna take a praise break and watch the incantation take place. We're going to watch the literal bewitchment take place before your very eyes, and the power of the musical instrument and how it supersedes all other things when it is applied of a means to control. And whether it's subconscious or conscious, the ones who are creating the tones know exactly what they're doing, and we're going to override. We don't care what the pastor says, you know. So let's take them to church. It's time for a praise break. Oh, I don't think y'all can hear that. Hold on, let me could y'all hear that? Let me check real quick. Could y'all hear any music playing with that video? I don't think you could. Okay, Tuamenku. All right, let's do this. Let's do this.
POV, when the musicians are being messy and take the whole choir out.
You may be seated.
Pastor told him to sit down.
Come on and put your hands together. Look at your neighbor and say, you don't know what he's done for me. This morning I got the victory.
All right, y'all can hear that? All right, good. Yes, so as you see, the pastor said, everyone take a seat. And the musician said, we ain't ready to sit down. And you hear him start playing. And everyone just ignored the pastor. The pastor trying to get the pastor trying to start. And everyone is now incanted, because that is what the sound vibration does. So let's look at it again.
POV, when the musicians are being messy and take the whole choir out.
You may be seated. our hands together.
Yeah, just join in.
Look at your neighbor and say, you don't know what he's done for me.
He knows what battles to fight.
This morning I got the victory.
So yes, you can see there clearly the music incanting and taking over everyone. And people call that the Holy Ghost. You know, people think that has something to do with a Holy Spirit. And so I'm gonna play another video, and we're going to just watch the incantation, the hypnotism take place. And because people within the church credit this to a Holy Ghost, right? Everyone's scared of ghosts until it comes to the one Holy Ghost. And, you know, no one has anything they want to do with any ghosts. But let's watch this next one and see how holy it is. Let's see how positive it is. Let's just use our MAAT to watch. So this continues, and it's going to continue for as long as the music plays. However long this music goes is how long you're going to see everyone moving. And so this, let's see if I can fast forward it. everyone's supposed to be leaving, but as long as the music plays, they are going to stand and praise. So this is the musical instruments that are singing, that are doing the incanting and the enchanting and the bewitchment by casting a spell through the sound vibration that is causing all of this to take place. And so, because of the power of tone, and they allow themselves to be opened up because they trust in their leader here and the ones who have guided them to the church. And this is the Holy Spirit. This is a good thing. This is but you can clearly see through a lot of, I wish I could fast forward it, but it won't let me. Right here where my mouse is, there's something covering on my screen, so I can't really fast forward it. But there's women who end up on the floor, just rolling around. And you see in the beginning of this video, there's these ladies fall out. They're in the pews, laid out. It's definitely not a safe thing to be doing. So as we see the incantation take place, it begins to elucidate what's really happening when you understand the source of the word magic and the magus, and how it goes to the bewitchment, which is to sing or to chant or to incant, which is either through the voice or through an instrument. And we always understood this. This is why we have what are called hymns, or we would sing, and why singing is associated with memory, and why all of the nursery rhymes, the quickest way to remember something is through a song. And so that's why everyone sings their ABCs, and all of the lullabying, you to sleep. And so when I watch videos like this, I have to laugh. Grace Saba just gave a Nefer class on laughter and crying. And when I watch videos like this, I have to laugh to keep from crying, because of the deep hypnosis that these people are in giving their energy, their aku, away to something that is not real. And most of the times giving their aku away to other entities that are freely roaming within these places that these people call sacred, and utilize your praise, which is why I created the class, How Much Does Praise Cost?, which got taken down here on YouTube. It's still on Rumble, and showing, how much does this cost you to give your praise, when the illusion of the veil is showing you that this is a good thing. This is a great thing, right? So when I show this next slide here are the comments. Here are the comments from that was under this video, right? I was 6 or 7 maybe, and I sat in church and watched everyone catch it. The spirit was still there, and all of a sudden I went into a space and couldn't avoid even if I tried. I entered a realm I never knew even existed. The Holy Ghost is very contagious, and it's real. So these are attestations of people who are within the hypnosis giving their experience as they actually experience it, right? And so this person here is saying, I couldn't even avoid it if I tried. That's the power of the incanting, which is why when the pastor tells everyone to sit down, no one sits down and everyone starts dancing. The music gets louder because the authority isn't the pastor at that moment, right? I love and miss these old school deliverance services. Get what you need, y'all. This is where I was. This is where I was brought up. Almost just about every service was exactly like this. Need some more of these encounters. And this is the reality that that exists, that is difficult to accept once you begin to understand what's really taking place. Amen. You don't have to lay hands. The Spirit does the work. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Glory. Hallelujah. Right? People don't even know what that means. Yes, I felt that. Mother Dupree. Yeah, Mother Dupree was the one who was walking up and down the aisles, blowing everyone back. I felt it through the phone. I just couldn't hold it in. Right? And you notice that this always takes place with the music. And when certain pastors utilize certain enchantments, they're also able to begin to cause this reaction. So this is the enchantment, magic, that Abrahamic religion says is evil, right? They call it evil. Don't practice magic. When you see here, this is just about every service was exactly like this. Every week, this is what's taking place, which is magic. This is enchantment. And giving their praise and power to something that is non-existent in actual reality. It becomes real because everyone begins to believe it. So it becomes real. Thoughts create consciousness. And so when you have over 2 billion people consciously doing this, giving their thought, praise, and adoration to a person that was a character in a fictional story, you have no control over your thoughts and your mind. So therefore you have no control over your body and what's taking place. So this is the enchantment magic that Abrahamic religions say is evil. Yet being that it is disguised under Holy Spirit, it no longer falls into the Magi, right? And so this is why this is the subtitle of this particular class is Jesus the Magi. Because Christians, Hebrews will tell you that Jesus isn't a magician. These were miracles that were performed through the power of the Most High. This isn't magic. This is beyond magic. That's what they'll tell you. So when you see them taking place in these rituals, that to them isn't Magi, not knowing that that is literally what it is. Enchanting, singing through the voice and through the instruments to cast a spell. And that is exactly what's taking place within these buildings that are called churches. Who are the ones that witness the Eastern Star alerting of the birth of Jesus? So this is a question for the chat. Who are the ones that witnessed the Eastern Star that alerted that Jesus was born. Okay, let me check the YouTube. See what you all are saying. Okay, there we go. I see you all. Who are the ones that witnessed the Eastern Star alerting of the birth of Jesus? There we go. Scorpio, Sun, Cancer, Moon, Hotep. To you. Everyone is super overweight here. Yes, a great observation. All that sinning coming to a head. The Gospel, Angela Gates. All right, Nookpoo says it's a miracle. All right, there we go. Stranger says the 3 kings or the 3 magi. Absolutely. Maharu, 3 magi. Superhero 84 aspiring netter. Put 3 faces. The Magi's. Angela Gates, disciples, the 3 magicians from Babylon, Maharu. All right. Acker. Acker, yes, the 3 kings or the 3 magi. Right, that you see here. Right, bringing their gifts to the baby Jesus with the 2 fingers up, even as a baby, with the sun disk around their head. And the red garment. Now, when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king, behold, wise men from the east there came to Jerusalem. So yes, here we have the wise men. Right? And what you see, the Magi, Magus, the same word we've been looking at, right? That are now translated to the wise men. All right. So here we are. The Magi visit the Messiah. And so this is a story I'm sure many are familiar with. But I don't know if anyone's ever really paid attention to the conclusion of this story, so we're going to read it. After Jesus was born in Bethlehem in Judea, during the time of King Herod, Magi from the east came to Jerusalem and asked, "Where is the one who has been born, King of the Jews? We saw his star when it rose and have come to worship him. So there we see that they saw a star. And because of the seeing of this star, they have came to worship. When King Herod heard this, he was disturbed, and all Jerusalem with him. When he had called together all the people's chiefs and teachers of the law, he asked them where the Messiah was to be born. In Bethlehem, in Judea, they replied, for this is what the prophet was written. But you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are by no means least among the rulers of Judah, for out of you will come a ruler who will shepherd my people Israel. Then Herod called the Magi secretly and found out from them the exact time the star had appeared. He sent them to Bethlehem and said, go and search carefully for the child. As soon as you find him, report to me so that I too may go and worship him. All right, so here's Herod attempting to trick the Magi into saying, let me know when you find him so I can go worship him too. After they had heard the king, they went on their way, and the star had seen when it rose, went ahead of them until it stopped over the place where the child was. When they saw the star, they were overjoyed. On coming to the house, they saw the child with his mother, Mary, and they bowed down and worshipped him. Then they opened their treasures and presented him with gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Having been warned in a dream not to go back to Herod, they returned to their country by another route. So now the Magi had a dream to not go back to Herod. You know, Herod said, go search carefully, find him, bring him back to me. When they had gone, the Magi, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream. Get up, he said. Take the child and his mother and escape to Egypt. Stay there until I tell you, for Herod is going to search for the child to kill him. So now we have the Lord appearing to Joseph in a dream, talking to him, telling him to go to Egypt. So he got up, took the child and his mother during the night, and left for Egypt, where he stayed until the death of Herod. And so was fulfilled what the Lord had said through the prophet, out of Egypt I called my son. Right? And so here's one of the prophecies being fulfilled. Right? So when you're writing a story, and in the story you say, here's what the prophecy is. When you create a story, the beautiful thing about creation is that you can make it any way you like. And you can complete and tie together pieces of a puzzle through the story. So the piece that was chosen to fulfill the prophecy of the Son of God to come out of Egypt, Joseph received a dream from Yahweh telling him to go to Egypt. And so now they had to wait until Herod died. And so now what the Lord had said through the prophet, out of Egypt I called my son. When Herod realized that he had been outwitted by the Magi, he was furious, and he gave orders to kill all the boys in Bethlehem and its vicinity who were 2 years old and under, in accordance with the time he had learned from the Magi. Then what was said through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. And so this is what took place of here in verse 16. When Herod realized that he had been outwitted by the Magi, he was furious. He gave orders to kill all the boys in Bethlehem who were 2 years old and under. And here you have a image and a depiction of this verse here. So now that it's been made plain what the Magi is, or the Magau, and the bewitchment and the enchantment that is taking place today within the praisers, the followers of Jesus, and how the actual magic that is taking place, it begins to lead one to search other avenues. And so when we begin to read these writings, and another thing, that another thing that is imminent is, we know that that which is for the masses is not all information that's presented. And this has always been overstood. This is the reason why the Medu is written the way that it is. It was definitely written about, for certain Heka'u to only be given to certain people. And that's what then later creates your mystery. Right, what people know as the Mysterio, which is again another Greek word. In the Medu, it was the Stau, the secrets, and it become an actual name of a place in the quantum entangled realm. It's called Rastau. So when you read your Purim Haru, you'll see the land of Ra, which is Ra, the mouth glyph, and Stau, which is like a swirl with a line going down it. And it's the secret, it's the land of the secrets, of the hidden things. And so did Jesus, this character Jesus, right? When these scribes are putting together these teachings in early Christianity, before it started to be controlled, were there secret teachings? Is it true that God had secret teachings? What about Jesus? Were these teachings written down, and who received them? Was Jesus a Magi? And so here, the etymology of wise: learned, sagacious, cunning, sane, prudent, or discreet, right? Create your word secret. Experienced goes back to weed, to see, hence to know, right? Creating your gnosis. Your gnosis. This Magi wisdom that is told today is one that has been heavily manipulated to push forth the agenda of the early church fathers and historians. Magic is evil. Even though, as I just illustrated, the followers are being enchanted every week within the church, it is the mystery that lies hidden underneath the veil, cloaked before everyone's eyes. The mystery, religious truth via divine revelation, hidden spiritual significance, mystical truth, a secret rite, a secret worship, a secret thing. This is from Greek mysterion. Mysteria, a secret rite or doctrine known and practiced by certain initiated persons only, consisting of purifications, sacrificial offerings, processions, and songs. One who has been initiated from mute, referring to the lips in secrecy, or the eyes. Only initiates were allowed to see the sacred rites. And so no Christian or Hebrew, Abrahamic follower, and Islam, because they also teach about Jesus. It's a story that was just even more manipulated from the original story of Jesus. Well, the put together story, right? Because the original story, I'm gonna show you the original stories. So did Jesus have any mystery teachings, right? So we see this. Within the Bible. So here, Mark chapter 4, verse 11. King James Version of the Bible. And he said unto them, unto you, it is given to know the mystery. So this is Jesus speaking. Because the disciples asked, why do you speak in parables? And Jesus said, unto you it is given to know the mystery. So his disciples are to know the mystery of the kingdom of God. Unto them, but that are without, in parables, parabolas. All these things are done. So everyone else receives the parables, while you, my disciples, receive the mystery. And so here is the Strong's of the Blue Letter Bible of this word, mysterion.
Strong's G 3466, musterion. Musterion.
Mysterion. All right, a hidden thing, secret mystery, generally mysterious, secret will of men of God. In rabbinic writings, it denotes the mystic or hidden sense. An OT saying of an image or form seen in a vision of a dream. All right, to shut the mouth, a secret, a mystery. All right, you see it here, mysterion, a hidden thing. All right, here's many occurrences, 27 of the mystery, to know about the mystery. So yes, in the Bible that everyone knows today are full of mysteries that is clearly being told that you will not receive these teachings, that this is only for the initiated, for the disciples. This is coming from Jesus. So while everyone's in church, dancing, reading the Bible as it is today, not questioning any of these secret teachings from the disciples, right? So here's Matthew 13:11. He answered and said unto them, because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. All right, you see it in Matthew, Mark, which is in scholarship today is recognized as was the first book that was written of the New Testament, Mark. which they give a date of around 70 AD. No attestation of any papyrus goes to that date. And I'll show the oldest. It's a little piece of a papyrus. But here in Mark, and then Matthew, Luke started to begin to copy from Mark. But yeah, you see here, the kingdom of God has secret teachings that are only to be given to the disciples, to the ones who are following Jesus directly. But we speak the wisdom of God in a mystery, even the hidden wisdom, which God ordained before the world unto our glory. So, yes, there are mystery teachings. What are these mystery teachings? Right? Why are you speaking in parables? What are the mysteries? Right?
Strong's G 3850, parabole. Parabole.
Parabole. Parabole. Or what people know as a parable. Right? Parabole. Speaking in parabole. Placing one thing by the side of another, juxtaposition. Right? An aphorism or a maxim, a proverb, an act by which one exposes himself or his possessions to danger, a venture or a risk. An example by which a doctrine or precept is illustrated, comparing one thing to another, likeness. So speaking in parable, comparing things and not being direct. Right? That's the paraboles that everyone else is receiving, aside from the disciples of Jesus. The mystery teachings of Jesus, directly from this verse, Mark 4:11, Jesus himself says he only gives the muah gil to his disciples. And he said unto them, he hath ears to hear, let him hear. And when he was alone, that they were about him with the 12, asked of him the parable. And he said unto them, unto you it is given to know the mystery of the kingdom of God, but unto them that are without, all these things are done in parables. So the mysterion is only to be received by his disciples. Mysteria. Let me now take you to the teachings of Jesus that were decided upon to be left out of the New Testament. One of the Gospels of the disciple Thomas. So before I do that, right, here's the Gospel of Thomas. Right here. Has anyone ever read the Gospel of Thomas or have heard of this book? Does anyone know or has anyone read this? Okay, let me come back here to the chat. Okay, Maharu says yes. Nukpu says yes. Excellent. I heard about it. I tried reading it. Okay. Good. Good. That's what I love to hear. Okay. And next question I'll ask is, who began putting the Bible together, the New Testament as we have it today? Who began putting the Bible together as we know it today. Jojo Love, peace, says many times. Peace to you. New person in chat. Good. I didn't know. That's good. I'm glad people are reading these books that are not in the New Testament. Right? Because someone decided to remove these. Robert Williams, peace, good brother, says Gospel of Thomas. No. Okay, good. Anu, okay, says King James. So who put together the Bible as we know it today? Who was the one who first started doing that? Anu says King James. Jojo Love says Flavius Josephus. Hush Nation, Asher Benapau. Angela Gates, Freemason. Robert Williams, King James. Hush Nation, Darius. Menku Ra, Mary Ma'at, Ptolemies. Anu, Edward De Vere, and John D. See, there's a lot of names here. I was going to be a pastor till they found out I was the Antichrist. Oh, man. That's hilarious. Yeah. Ebe. All right, so we got quite a few names here. King James, Josephus, Asher Benapau, Darius, Ptolemies, John D. Okay, good, because I'm going to show you all for the very first time you're going to see who was the very first person, some important people, including the first who started to put together a New Testament. All right. Stranger says it was the Council of Nicaea. Okay. All right. To everyone for your participation. All right. So this is the Gospel of Thomas. But first, before I show this, let me show you the extended version of Mark that was also left out. In 1958, Morton Smith claimed to have discovered a previously unknown letter attributed to Clement of Alexandria in the Mar Saba monastery near Jerusalem. This letter, now referred to as the letter to Theodore, contains 2 excerpts from what Smith called the secret Gospel of Mark. Uh-oh. Has anyone read this? Has anyone read the secret Gospel of Mark? That was found in a letter. The Council of Nicaea created the false character Jesus. Nook says no. Okay. So many of you have seen and read the Gospel of Thomas. Let me see who has read or heard of the extended version of Mark that didn't make it into the New Testament canon, right? The main story, canon, which just means a straight line. So when they're putting together this timeline, it has to fit a narrative, right? So that's why books are taken out. But there are, within early Christianity, there was many Christian sects. There were many different forms of Christianity. But as we know, there were different councils, and even prior to councils, there were certain individuals who began to take books out and start to create the standard of what they wanted to be for their stories. So Hush Nation says, I never heard of this, Mark. Robert Williams says, I'm late again. Work is a beast, but I will listen to replay driving tomorrow. Support is given now. You Netiru are great. Tua Hinu to you, great brother. Sending you much Aku energy. I heard about it, but by then I was burning Bibles. Oh, well, you won't find this in a Bible, great brother. So, you won't find this in any Bible. This did not make it into the canon New Testament. Okay, so here we are. This is the secret gospel, the discovery and interpretation of the secret gospel according to Mark by Morton Smith was the person who found it, and began to took these pictures. So here it is in an actual letter, and then there is a handwritten section after this letter here, a letter of Clement. So let me come back to the screen. Let me come back to the screen real quick to make something plain. Okay, so as we have these writings, right, today people will tell you, oh, these are forgeries. Well, before they'll tell you that, which many of these books are not forgeries. These were real writings that real Christians were writing early in Christianity, that preached and gave their praise to. So because of the believers of this very stripped down Bible of today, people will say, well, the Apocrypha, these writings weren't divinely inspired by God. So that's why they're not in there, because they weren't inspired, right? So, only Paul and only 7 of his letters are proven to actually be real. His letters, a lot of his letters are actually forgeries. But Paul, he was divinely inspired. We don't have the authors for Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. The papyruses, the writings that we have are way later, way later, centuries later. And but somehow those were inspired by God, the ones who copied. So they'll tell you, these other gospels, they're not inspired by God. You can't listen to them. And the reason why people have that in their brains, in their minds, is because there was specific people in the first century who were beginning to create this matrix, right? So they were the ones, and no one knows who these people are. The ones who actually said, these aren't inspired by God. These are the actual true inspirations. This was actually written by an apostle. This epistle here is actually real. So there was someone who were making executive decisions based on whether it was inspired by God, whether or not it was a real divinely inspired piece of literature. And so don't let anyone tell you in today's time just to, oh, this right here, oh, those are forgeries. No, there's many of these papyruses that are not forgeries. And we're not just throwing something out because someone said, hey, this right here, in the second century, this person here said that this was inspired by God. So that makes it true. And so now when we look at this writing right here, we could just throw that out because that wasn't inspired by Yahweh. That wasn't inspired. So no, we're not doing that. We're going to look at every piece of literature. We're going to read it. We're going to look at the actual artifact and the actual piece of archaeology. We're going to look at the scholarship on it, because there's many scholars with many different positions, right? And when you begin to look at the scholarship in today's time, a lot of the New Testament scholars are believers themselves, are actual Christians, Mormons, run off all the credentials. Yeah, I got a PhD. I went and got this, and I'm in theology, and I went and studied 6 years over here, and I went over here, and I went to Jerusalem for 2 years. And at the end of all that, are you a believer? Yeah, I'm a Mormon. So there's many scholars that are believers within this writing. So of course they'll say, well, I'm trying to come into this unbiased. When your root foundation is already built on a lie, and there's so many contradictions and twists within the writings that you're reading that your brain has to make sense of illogically, because there's so much logical fallacy within it, that it begins to make you be okay with not being honest. And so that's when with MAAT, because of what it's rooted and based in, with truth and digging and examining, to truly live within MAAT, one has to always be honest and truthful. So when you come across something, you have to look at it for what it is. And these scholars and who are believers of this Bible are not able to do that, right? So of course their bias are going to play a part, and if their bias doesn't, they no longer become a believer. They then become agnostic or atheist. And this is what usually takes place when you actually remove your bias within these writings, because the actual facts are, this is a fictional story that was put together by Greeks through many different writings that were sprouted all across the area, in Aramaic, written in Demotic, the Egyptian language actually has, there's actually a papyrus that's written in Demotic, which is a cursive form of the Medu, speaking about Yahoo, that the Israelites call Yahweh or Yahweh. The oldest papyruses that actually speak about Yahoo, that's really what his name is, Yahoo, is actually written in Demotic, and I'll show that at another time. But these writings, we must look at them and begin to bring them forward, and not let people just throw them out because of reasons that they haven't even done any research into. They're just saying that this isn't divinely inspired because this person said it, and because it doesn't match the narrative that they brought forth, they agree with it. So no, we're not doing that. We're going to look at these writings, and we're going to begin to see the real teachings of the early Christians. And so here is the secret gospel again, the extended gospel of Mark. And they come into Bethany, and a certain woman whose brother has died was there. And coming, she prostrated herself before Jesus and says to him, Son of David, have mercy on me. But the disciples rebuked her, and Jesus, being angered, went off with her into the garden where the tomb was. And straightway a great cry was heard from the tomb. And going near, Jesus rolled away the stone from the door of the tomb. And straightway, going in where the youth was, he stretched forth his hand and raised him, seizing his hand. But the youth, looking upon him, loved him, and began to beseech him that he might be with him. Page 78, here of the secret gospel, the mystery and the kingdom. So right after that, loved him and began to beseech him that he might be with him. And then it continues right here. And going out of the tomb. Right, so Jesus went into the tomb, rolled the door away, found a youth. The youth was looking upon him and began to beseech him. And going out of the tomb, they came into the house of the youth. And for he was rich, after 6 days, Jesus told him what to do. And in the evening, the youth comes to him, wearing a linen cloth over his naked body. And he remained with him that night. For Jesus taught him the mysterio of the kingdom of God. This wasn't in the book of Mark that I originally read. But there was something that did take place in Mark that reminded me immediately when reading this. Because they put very specific details in here, right? The youth comes to him wearing a linen cloth over his naked body. And he remained with him that night, for Jesus taught him the mystery of the kingdom of God. What was this mystery of the kingdom of God, and why should it be taught secretly in a nocturnal initiation? These were the primary questions that had to be answered. If I could find an answer for these, it would probably solve the secondary problems. Why were parts of Mark's gospel kept secret? Why was baptism a secret rite? What was the secret tradition in early Christianity? There were some clues in Mark. In chapter 4, he told about Jesus teaching the crowds in parables. That is, in stories of which the reference was not clear. When the crowds had gone, Jesus' closer followers asked him about the parables, and he said to them, "To you, the mystery of the kingdom of God has been given, but to those outside, everything is in parables, so that they may see indeed, but not perceive, and hear indeed, but not understand." So, within these writings here, we see many odd things taking place. And so here, Jesus answered and said unto them, "Are ye come out as against the thief with swords and with staves to take me?" So this is Mark chapter 14, 51 through 52. This is, let me come back to the screen here. So in my earlier class, How Much Does Praise Cost? That got taken down here from YouTube. Which you can still watch on Rumble. I went into a lot of the teachings that exist today within the church, and showed a lot of sources of studies that are done between the ones who are leading the church and the boys that are within there. And showed how everything I showed was videos from YouTube. So those videos can exist, but it only can exist with without any critique, because of course they cannot have this coming down, though it has to. So there's a conscious energy that is permeating the planet that is rooted in ancient Greek teachings and writings that were created within different stories, including the Bible, that began, of course, the Catholic Church, which was prior to Christianity itself, and why these things take place. It's not just it did just come out of nowhere, and it's all within the biblical writings. And I knew and understood that this was something that was taking place early when I first started my journey many years ago into doing research into these type of topics. I realized that that the veil that is covering consciousness today is very thick, and it's very much strongly put in place, and it's protected at the same time. So as we begin to come forward and learn to begin to research in the proper context, and as you begin to wake up to true light, to Aku, there of course are going to be adversarial conscious energies that do not want that to take place. And that's why you see so many people come and go, because, and I always tell people, when you come into this, when you come into MAAT and you start to begin to study the sources, it's when the journey truly begins, and the difficult situations that are to erect from that moment forward of accepting MAAT and truth, they will, these difficult situations will begin to present themselves to you to pull you away from the source. So being able to have control over your mind and over your body is an extreme power, in learning the power of the Heka'u and the incantation to protect yourself, and to also bring forth a specific reality. As I began to see what was taking place within these churches, when I first started to dig many years ago, and most people do not know, when some people come across information, it's like, yeah, I know, but do you really? Do you know how deep it goes? Because it goes deep. And so as I began to learn that the original biblical teachings are written in Greek, okay, that started to make a lot more sense to me. Things started to connect. And so as I began to study the Bible from a Greek perspective instead of a Hebrew perspective, everything started to begin to connect more. Because I studied the Greek separately, and seeing where a lot of what takes place there, and it's in my song Fusion. And that's where, if you all look, when I say the industry of pedestry, that's where your source is. The truth's been disguised, and truly I'm disgusted. It's time to choose sides. And the image that I showed there, if you go back and look, there's an image that I showed of Jesus, and there was someone running away, which is the verse that is in Mark right here that I'm getting ready to show you all. So after this, just go back and look at Fusion, and you'll see that image there, and why I showed that right after showing the Greeks and what they were happy to showcase and let everyone know what they were doing. And so, yes, let me take you back here. To everyone for supporting coming in. To for everyone's comments, and make sure you hit the like button. Support this class. The links are pinned to the top as well, so utilize those links. Okay, let me see if I can take you all back here. Okay, yes, here we go. Let me switch over the screens. Okay, here we are. All right, so yes, Mark chapter 4, verse 51. All right, and Jesus answered and said unto them, are ye come out against a thief? Right, so this is when they're walking through the garden, him and the disciples. And there are police who come to arrest Jesus, right? And he yells out, I'm not a thief. Are you coming out to against me as if I'm a thief? You're coming at me with swords and with staves to take me? You know, which was always interesting to me, because, you know, usually, you know, it's like when you throw a rock into a group of dogs, the one who hollers is the one who got hit. You know, it's really the easiest way to find out whether or not someone actually did or didn't do something, is they'll be the first one to say, that ain't me. I'm not the one who took that. No, I didn't say you did. Right? So before anyone said anything to him, he said, I'm not a thief. And this word thief here in the Greek is leistes. Right? And it means a robber or a pirate. A robber or a pirate. And for those who do not know, you know, pirate today, you know, let's say piracy is when you steal something, right? A robber. So why would Jesus say I'm not a robber as he's walking through the garden with his disciples and with this boy? And by the way, anytime you look at the images of the disciples, they always show them as old men. Same way when you look up a picture of the Virgin Mary, it's always a picture of an adult woman, which the disciples themselves were young boys. These weren't old men. But when you look up the images, every time it'll be old men. And this can all be proven, of course. So here he is. He's saying, I'm not a robber. I'm not a pirate. Why are you arresting me? And he left the linen cloth and fled from them naked. All right. So this is the boy who in Mark, the extended gospel that I just showed of Jesus staying the night with him and giving him the secrets, the mysterio of God, who was covered in a linen cloth, right? They made sure to make that clear. A linen cloth covered his naked body. That's important. Or it wouldn't be that. If it was all, he had a cloth on, he had a robe on. Now, of course, anything is, I have a shirt on and it's over my naked body. So it's like unnecessary details, but it's there purposefully, right? And so when they go to arrest Jesus, this all happening in Mark, right? The first book of the New Testament. So now when they arrest him, Jesus like, I'm not a pirate, I'm not a robber, I'm not a thief, I'm not a lestes. And he left the boy, left the linen cloth, and fled from them naked. And this linen cloth here is the word sindon.
Strong's G 4616, Sindon. Sindon.
So this sindon is what we know in the Metanetter as the sach. That is this sindon, the sa, which is the wrapping. Right? And so you see here linen cloth, that which was fine and costly, in which the bodies of the dead were wrapped. Here we go. Sindon, Egyptian sechenti, or scent. Fine cloth. Bleached linen or a garment. Finely cloth in which the bodies of the dead were wrapped. Herodotus, who says of the Egyptians, what they call the mummy wrappings. All right. The sahu. So this is what this boy was covered in and left behind as he ran off naked, after Jesus was arrested. And so I also have it here, right? Fine cloth, usually linen, used for mummies, or a surgeon's bandage. A surgeon's bandage. Surgeon's bandage over the phallus of this young boy after spending the night with Jesus as he taught him the mysterio of Yahu. Jesus getting accused of being a pirate, and the boy runs off naked. Now on to the Gospel of Thomas, which, by the way, dates to the same period as the oldest fragment of Mark. So here is the oldest fragment of the book of Mark that made it into the New Testament. Right, Mark 1, 7 through 9, 6 through 18, in this little bitty piece, 2nd and 3rd century date. 2nd and 3rd century date. So this Gospel of Thomas that didn't make it into the Bible, you know, the one that wasn't inspired by God, this ain't the real thing, from what these people were saying. This is dated to the same exact time of this little bitty piece of a papyrus, a little corner of something. And then here you have the actual Gospel of Thomas in full form. So this is the same time period as the oldest piece of Mark here, PTOLEMYS 5345. The Coptic Gospel of Thomas was translated from the Greek. Fragments of this gospel in the original Greek versions are extant in the ARTAXERXES Papyrus 1, 64, 654, and 655, which had been discovered and published at the beginning of this century, but were identified as parts of the Gospel of Thomas only after the discovery of the Coptic Nag Hammadi library. The first of these Greek papyri contains sayings 26 through 30, 77, 31 through 33 in this order. The other two sayings 1 through 7 and 36 through 40 respectively, at least one of these Greek fragments comes from a manuscript that was written before 200 CE. So these pieces, these papyruses here are older than the actual papyruses that we have that are within the canonical Bible of today. written before 200 CE in the 2nd century. Thus, the Greek version of this gospel was used in Egypt as early as the 2nd century. So here is the actual Greek fragment, which is the oldest, but I'm going to read from the full Coptic codex. So here's the Coptic language of this codex, 4th century. The most complete and famous manuscript of the Gospel of Thomas was discovered in 1945 as part of the Nag Hammadi Library in Egypt. This manuscript, written in Coptic, dates to the 4th century. The Gospel of Thomas is found in Codex 2 of the Nag Hammadi collection. It is written in the Sahidic dialect of Coptic, which is the latest form of the Medu. It's the Medu language and tone with Greek letters. And there's a few extra letters to cover some of the tones in the Coptic that aren't in the actual Greek alphabet. So there's extra Greek alphabets that letters that are in the Coptic, and that's how you can tell when something is actually a Coptic document or a Greek document, because the Coptic will have more letters than the Greek. So here we are, the interlinear Coptic English translation of the Gospel of Thomas. So I know some of you said you all have read this, so I know many haven't. And so we're going to look at this, right, in context with everything that I just brought forth. And these things were given to him in a mysterio. This is the mystery. This is the mysteria, the mystery that was given, that Jesus was given to his disciples, that he said that he was doing, and that he speaks to everyone else in parables. Well, here's one of the disciples right here, Thomas. Here's one of them. And immediately he disappeared out of his presence, and he came up to his fellow disciples. He related to them the things the Savior spoke to him, Jesus the Christ. Amen. According to John, the secret things. These are the words hidden, which who lives spoke them, and he wrote them. Didymos Judas Thomas. Didymos, which means twin. Twin in Greek. So many people will say that Thomas here was Jesus's twin brother because his name was Didymos, which means twin. And said he this, whoever falls onto the meaning of these words, he will not taste death. All right, so now this is already different. Whoever heeds these words will not taste death. Said, not let him stop, he who seeks as he seek until he find. And when he should find, he will be troubled. And if he should be troubled, he will become amazed. He will become king over the all. If they should speak to you, those who lead before yourselves, this, behold, is the kingdom in the sky. The birds will become first before you. If they should speak to you, she is in the sea. And here in the Coptic, the kingdom of heaven is translated into she. The kingdom is she. She is in the sea. The kingdom of heaven is in the sea. Then the fish will become first before you. Rather, the kingdom, she is of your inner. So it's saying the kingdom of heaven is inside of you, and she is of your outer and outside of you. When you should know yourselves, then they will know you. When you know yourself, they will know you. And you will realize that you are the sons of the Father who lives. If whoever you will know yourselves not, then you exist in a poverty. So if you don't know yourself, you're impoverished. And you are the poverty. He will delay not the man of oldness in his days to ask a little small child, he being of 7 days, about the place of life. And he will live, for there are many first will become last. Right? The first will become last, the last will become first. and they will come to be one alone. Know what is in the presence of your face, and what is hidden to you will be revealed forth to you. For no thing being hidden will appear forth not. They asked him, his disciples. So here is saying 15. So this Gospel of Thomas is 114 sayings. We're just going to read a few of them to, that was the beginning of the Gospel of Thomas, and how it's speaking about it's the mysterial. This is the mystery teaching that Jesus was given to his disciples, including Thomas being one of them. And so these are the books that were taken out. Again, remember, this is 2nd century. The 100s. From 130 to about 240 is when this writing is attested to. Same time as, and even earlier than a lot of the canonical Bibles. So this is the early stuff. And they were removed. So here we are. Jesus said, when you see one who was not born of a woman, prostrate yourselves on your faces and worship him. That one is your father. Okay. Jesus said, men think perhaps that it is peace which I have come to cast upon the world. Let's read that again. Men think perhaps that it is peace which I have come to cast upon the world. They do not know that it is dissension which I have come to cast upon the earth, fire, sword, and war. So Jesus didn't come to bring peace. Jesus came to bring fire, sword, and war, which he absolutely did. So Jesus is love, and for there will be 5 in house, 3 will be against 2, and 2 against 3, the Father against the Son, and the Son against the Father, and they will stand solitary. Jesus is bringing fire. He said, I will give you what no eye has seen, and what no ear has heard, and what no hand has touched, and what has never occurred to the human mind. The disciple said to Jesus, tell us how our end will be. Jesus said, have you discovered then the beginning, that you look for the end? For where the beginning is, there will the end be. Blessed is he who will take his place in the beginning. He will know the end and will not experience death. Right? Okay. So the beginning is the end. To be able to find the end, you got to know where the beginning is. Okay. All right. Jesus said, blessed is he who came into being before he came into being. If you become my disciples and listen to my words, these stones will minister you. For there are 5 trees for you in paradise, which remain undisturbed summer and winter, and whose leaves do not fall. Whoever becomes acquainted with them will not experience death. The disciples said to Jesus, tell us what the kingdom of heaven is like. He said to them, it is like a mustard seed. It is the smallest of all seeds, but when it falls on tilled soil, it produces a great plant and becomes a shelter for birds of the sky. Yeah, this book that was taken out. Oh yeah, well, parts of it made it. Parts of it made it. Parable of a mustard seed, Mark chapter 4, 30 through 32. And he said, whereunto shall we liken the kingdom of God? Or what with comparison shall we compare it? All right. The disciples said to Jesus, tell us how our end will be. All right. The disciples said to Jesus, tell us what the kingdom of heaven is like. Whereunto shall we liken the kingdom of heaven? Which of course, Matthew, Luke, these books were then copied from Mark later. It is like a grain of mustard seed, which when it is sown to earth, it's less, than all the seeds that be in the earth. But when it is sown, it groweth up and becometh greater than all herbs, and shooteth out great branches, so that the fowls of the air may lodge under the shadow of it. So this particular saying made it into the canonical book of Mark. All right. Jesus said, "It is not possible for anyone to enter the house of a strong man and take it by force unless he binds his hands. Then he will be able to ransack his house." Right? Saying 35 of the Gospel of Thomas, which is Mark chapter 3:27. "No man can enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he will first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house." And again, this writing here, the Gospel of Thomas, is earlier than any document of Mark that we have in the actual canonical book. I showed you a little bit of piece of a papyrus that dates to the same time as this. There is no book of Mark that is older than this book of Thomas. So which was first? And why the book of Mark has these sayings in there? As I am illustrating, the parallels are undeniable, and knowing that these writings are a fictional work, it becomes clear that there are many teachings from the many perspectives of the early scribes who began to write this story, and later, while simultaneously, the church fathers deciding which ones are divinely inspired by God. So let me show you the conclusion of the Gospel of Thomas, right? As I show you the parallels and showed you what made it into the New Testament as the book of Mark, you know, and there's many more. I only showed you 2 comparisons, but there's many because that's just what it is. So let me show you how the Gospel of Thomas concludes. "She is coming on which day? She is coming not in a look outward. They will be speaking, not this. Behold that side, or behold that one. Rather, the kingdom of the Father, she is spreading out upon the earth, and men look not upon her. Said Simon Peter to them this, let Miriam," which is Mary, Mary Magdalene, who was a follower of Jesus, of Jesus. And you can usually tell the difference between Mary, his mother, and Mary, because Mary is Maryam. You'll see it spelled a lot within the Coptic or the Greek. So there's a different spelling. There isn't a M at the end when usually speaking about the mother of Jesus. So this is about the follower. And there's also a book of Mary Magdalene. So let Miriam come out from us, right? Said Simon Peter to them. So what did Simon and Peter say? Let Miriam come out from us, for the women being worthy not of the life. Said this, behold, I will lead her, so that I might make her male. So now Jesus is speaking. Behold, I will lead her, so that I might make her male, so she might come to be also herself a spirit, living, resembling you males. For any woman making herself male, she will go in the kingdom of the heavens. So this is how this book concludes, right? The early Christian writings. And so because this is in here, you know, and some other things, oh no, we can't have that. We can't have that in the canon. That's not with our narrative. That ain't in our narrative. So Here you see Jesus saying, I'm going to make the woman male so that she can resemble you males. For any woman who makes herself male will go into the kingdom of the heavens. And there was a lot of ritual. There's a lot of ritual that was taking place in this time with the Greeks and the Romans, but definitely the Greeks. Which again, there has to be a specific way to be able to bring forth a lot of these teachings, because you can't just teach it outwardly and publicly, you know. But yeah, a lot of rituals taking place, and I study these things because of what exists today, to know how to properly understand how things became the way that it has. I study the process. So yes, this is in your Gospel of Thomas, one of the disciples of Jesus who received the secret teachings. Right. So there's a book of Mary Magdalene, who also received secret teachings. There's another book called the Gospel of Philip, and in the Gospel of Philip, Jesus speaks about Mary being his favorite, right? And it says Jesus kisses her on the lips often. That's in the Gospel of Philip's. If you want the full context of this story, you have to read these other books of the early Christians, because they were also the ones putting together the story. And it isn't until the church where they start to, nope, throw that out. Okay, keep this. Okay, don't throw that whole thing out. Take this, and this, and put it here. Okay, this end part about making, no, let's throw that out. All right, let's look at this. Okay, all right, here's this book. All right, now let's take this and start copying it from this and try to tell it from a different perspective. So now we have Mark, and now let's create this thing called Matthew, but we'll take most of it because we got to keep the story semi the same, and has to kind of, and so your books start to begin getting written. So, and there's another book called The Greater Questions of Mary, which is attested to in a Greek writer called EPIPHANUS, and he writes about the greater questions of Mary. And so let me show you this. Epiphanius of Salamis, which was 320 to 403 CE, was an early Christian bishop, right? One of the theologians, one of the early Christian fathers, and a writer. He is best known for his work Panorion, which is a comprehensive compendium of heresies in early Christianity. Epiphanius was a staunch defender of the orthodox. Ortho means ortho, to be right, to be direct or straight, and dox, which creates your doctrine, which means orthodox or the right doctrine, right? So a defender of an orthodox Christian doctrine and an opponent of heretical movements, particularly Gnosticism and other heterodox Christian sects, right? To know, which is the wise, the magus or the magic, to know, the knowledge, the gnosis, right? This is what they began to take out. And so taking her to the mountain. So this is within this, according to Epiphanius, the early church Christian bishops who's writing, and there's many different church bishops and historians and church fathers who are putting together and writing things about all these heretics, these heretics, this is heresy, and no, this is. So let me see. Come back here. So yes, here we go. Taking her to the mountain, he prayed, and then he extracted a woman from his side and began having sexual intercourse with her. Speaking about Jesus here. Jesus, taking her to the mountain, talking about Mary, and he prayed and then extracted a woman from his side and began having sexual intercourse with her. Then he gathered his semen in his hand, explaining that this is what we must do in order to live. When Mary became disturbed and fell to the ground, he again raised her and said to her, "Why do you doubt, you of little faith?" So this is what Epiphanius, the church bishop, is writing about and saying, well, we got to get these heretics out of here. We can't have this. We can't have these writings going into the Bible. So we have to. Of course, a teaching like this makes it into the secrets. Remember, every single papyrus of any biblical writing is coming out of Egypt. So when you find these papyruses, they all come from Kemet, right? This is where you're going to find them. Give me just one moment. Okay, just had to check something really quick. To everyone who is supporting the class, appreciate you all. Make sure to hit those links that are pinned to the top. You see the research that goes into this, and no one is putting this forward and telling this story as precisely as this. So I'm walking everyone through slowly the process that is taking place, and of course, you always know where I'm gonna take it to, but I have to bring this forward first. I have to bring this forward first, so everyone can truly understand what is happening. So yes, as we know that these papyruses are taken out of Kemet, and you see the early church father putting together, this according to Epiphanius, and so. One of the very first people to begin putting together books. This was way before Council of Nicaea, and even within the Council of Nicaea. There wasn't even any discussion about, what books would make it into the canon. There was other discussions that were taking place. But Council of Nicaea is the most famous one. But there are many councils. And you see here, here is a church bishop in the 4th century as well. And so there is someone called Marcion of Sinope, or Sinope. Marcion of Sinope, which was early or late 1st century, mid 2nd century, so around 80 to 150 CE. So just over 200 years before the Council of Nicaea, this Marcion was the very first one to document it, to begin putting together books that then began to inspire the church fathers to follow through with that. So he took 10 of Paul's letters and a few other books, some of the epistles, and he's the one who first started to take these books and, okay, no, I'm gonna put these, I just want these books. Marcion of Sinope, Marcion of Sinope. So everyone look him up. I showed in my class of Scribal sessions, the last Scribal sessions, number 10, the Natiru as kings, and I showed how the concept of the Natiru being a myth or not real was put together by Eusebius. And Eusebius was one of these. Just go back to that class. I went into him, and he was another one of these early Christian people who were putting together and working to create this story that they wanted to send out. So there are two right there, but I want you all to know Marcion. I don't think I had this slide in here. I don't think I put that in here, but I want you all to know that Marcion of Sinope, so you all can look him up and understand that this was the person who first started to put together a New Testament prior to any councils. Okay. So, of course, a teaching like this makes it into the secrets, right, of Jesus pulling a woman out of his side and having sexual intercourse with her and putting semen within his hands and saying, take this to give you life. Every single papyrus of any biblical writing is coming out of Egypt between the 2nd century BCE and 4th century CE, all coming out of Kemet. The Egyptian teachings were still in full effect, and the Medu Neter was still being written. One reason why these Nag Hammadi codices were written in the final edition of the Medu, which is Coptic. And all the Nag Hammadi codices date to 4th, 3rd century. Early when it comes to the biblical writings. So they were doing their best to get rid of all of these Gnostic writings, right? And they were writing about the heresies. There's a book called Against the Heresies, where one of the early church fathers were writing about these books, and they're like, we can't have this. We have to take control and paint the narrative. So Against the Heresies. So everyone look that up as well. Making Mary into a man so that she can reach. Let me come back here so I can see what y'all see. Okay, here we go. Making Mary into a man so that she can reach the kingdom of heaven is a misinterpretation of what was taking place in Ta-Meray. Because keep in mind, remember, this is all happening in Kemet. This is in Kemet. All these writings from the 2nd century BCE, where I was talking about the original writings of Yahoo in the Demotic, which was down in the Elephantine area, what they call Elephantine, down way, way, way in the south. way in the south, along the Nile. And 4th century CE, all of these papyruses written in Coptic, Greek, these are all happening in Kemet. So from that time, the Greeks came, you know, Alexander, 332 BCE to about 30 BCE with Cleopatra, and then the Romans took control of Kemet, of Egypt, because at that time it was Egypt. And so from 30 on forward was Roman, and so these Greek writings and these Roman writings are right in the middle of Kemet. All right, and this is where you find all the papyruses of the biblical writings. So when you find these writings and you see something like making Mary into a man so that she can reach the kingdom of heaven, this is a misinterpretation of what was taking place in Tamaray, right? Because they saw the Christ of the Egyptians, or the KERES, right? The Medu word for coffin or sarcophagus is the Christ, and knew the story of becoming a Sar in the afterlife, and thought that they were literally becoming male. Why? Because based in the biblical writings, right, the story, the narrative, the 144,000 are all men who will be redeemed from the earth. That's in Revelation 14:3. The 144,000 are all men. So when they saw the Christ, what they call the sarcophaguses or coffins, you'll see even females with the false beard, right? And you'll see becoming a Sar. You'll see the name in the Purim Haru, a Sar, and the name of the woman, of the female, because she is becoming a Sar as well. So of course, the teachings of Jesus will say the woman has to become a man to reach the kingdom of heaven, because when they're looking at this, they don't understand what's really taking place. So that's what they put into their teachings. Welcome to Egyptian magic. All right. So Tua everyone. This is I have to take you through the journey to lead you to the source slowly, especially for those who are still within Christianity or Hebrewism. I know that there are many who still have the abilities to break out of that enchantment and go back to the source so you can get the true teachings, because there's a lot of great teachings in there, right? But there's also a lot of not so great. And knowing that it's a fictional story and that this Jesus is a character and not an actual physical being that came, the flesh of God that came to save everyone from their own sins. When you are able to remove that reality from your mind and just go back to the source and learn about true immortality, true eternal life, right? You begin to understand the secrets of Ra. And so welcome to Egyptian magic, because during this time, this entire period that I've been walking you through is a time when it's Egypt and dealing with the Magus, right? So this is all happening during I see that there was let me make sure everyone is still here with me. If everyone can hear me, put a 9 in the chat. If everyone can hear me, put a 9 in the chat. Okay. Tua. All right. So yes, now we see it. Now we see some Medu, right? All right, good. Tua, everyone. Peace. All right, I see. All right, good. I'm back connected. All right, so here we are. All right, now I know everyone's. There's a jump for joy. Yeah, we're out of there. But we have to learn this. We have to know this. Book of the Dead of TASHERITENKHONSU, daughter of the mistress of the house, TASHERITMENU. Right? And so here, you see a Perm Haru of a woman. Right? Here. You see MAAT. You see the Makait and the An. Right? Inpu. TEHUTI with Heka right before him on top of the Hek, riding. Going to the father, Asar. Hellenistic period, CAT 1837 and Museum Egizio. Right, so this is happening in the Hellenistic period, 332 to 30 BCE. So if we say that from the oldest scripts that we have of the writings that we know make it into the Old Testament, 3rd century BCE, the 200s, this is what is also taking place. So even while the Greeks are there, right, this is what we're seeing, right? And here we go. Coffin of Iset Oret. SESHion number 86148 AB. So you see this here. Ptolemaic period, 400 to 250 BC. The coffin's inscription tells us that its owner was the woman Iset Oret, and that her father, a priest, was called Wen Pa Sherd Imen, and her mother Eret en Hapiat. Iset Oret lived in Akhmen, an important religious and cultural center in the Ptolemaic period that was closely connected to the fertility god Min. Right? Asar with the erect phallus, Min, and so here you see the woman here within her Christ, telling the story of Asar, so that she can also be raised again. So again, 400 to 250 BCE. And here we have something here. Some beautiful Medu. We see some beautiful Medu. Dejed on Shnabet Het. And here's Aset. You see Anpu here. Anpu here. And what you see? Artemedua. So you see, now we see some Greek writing, right? Why? Because this is what they were doing. The same time, same exact place, Kemet, the Medu, is still in full effect while these writings are being written. Mummy of Artemidora, a session number 111555A and B. What is this date to? Look at this. Full Medu on here. Full Medu. Roman period. AD 90 to 100. The same exact time period where it is spoken about the writings of Jesus are beginning to be written. This is what everyone is living. This is who the majority of people are living. This is over 300 years, close to 400 years after the Greeks started to rule Kemet. This is 4 centuries later, and this is full Medu. Has her name here in Greek, but here's Ampu. I mean, and this is beautiful. I mean, just look at it. Look at the detail and the care that went into this. A Roman woman, right here, and this is, I mean, look at these women on the Keres. Those are some full featured women on this Roman woman's Keres. So all of this is taking place. So this, what we have as the magic, or the Magiu, right, in the Greek, what was this word translated from? Because you have the Coptic, which is in Kemet, which is the Greek letters. So the Greek lettering system made its way into Kemet and started to create the alphabet system for the Medu speaking words, the tones. So what is this word? Magic, or Magiu. What did that word translate from? All right, everyone put in the chat. What is the Medu word for Magu or Magus? All right, peace everyone. Hush Nation, peace. Boss Fee, Hotep, good brother. Peace to you. Great job on your expansion and the works you're putting in for your disciplines. Superhero put Heka. Nook put Heku. Fix Hush Nation put Heka ooh. Absolutely. Maharu says Heka. All right, absolutely. The word Majau was translated from the Coptic word Hek. Right, and so let me take you here to the Coptic dictionary, Oxford. Here is the word Hek. This symbol right here is a Hek, and then Ek. NNM, magic, charms, or potions. Right, magic, Hek. Right, be gone. Christ's letter shall dispel sickness. And you see magic right there. That's what it became. Wizard, who hath drunk drugs, actor of potions. Oh, here we go. To bewitch or enchant. And here's the word. Magi. Magic, which was translated from this word heck. See here, heck, from the Coptic Etymological Dictionary. Heck, magic, charms and potions equals heka. Heka, magic, supernatural power, magic. Observations on an Egyptian calendar of the reign of Philip Aridaeus. Bewitch, enchant, make magic. Magician wizard, Hekau. This is Hekau. Right? Hekau, a god, the author of spells, incantations, words of bewitchment, etc. His shrine was the Het Heka. And so you see the standard here with the glyph here for the word peh. Peh, which is the rear part of a lion. So when you see this on the standard, that is Heka. You see here on top of his head. Here's Heka, the standard, and the Peh. The Jed on, thou sayest Heka. So all of that just to guide you and show you the Magiu, right, which was translated from the Hek in Coptic, which comes from Heka, to show how these are teachings of Jesus and how he was a Magi or a Magus, right, dealing with the wisdom, right, to know, to see, right. His teachings were all about dealing with those who shall see will see, those who hear shall hear, right? The mysterio, the mystery, dealing with these secret sabait, right? Which in the Greek, the word for to revere God, you know what the word to revere God, which it later is translated into to fear God, because they mixed up the reverence with fear. These English, anyways, the word for to revere, to give reverence to God in Greek is theos, right? The creature theology, and saba. Theos sabea, theos saba. That means to revere God, right? So when these Christians or Hebrews want to talk to you about magic, you can now walk them through all the magic that they are deep within. The enchantment. Do you sing hymns? Oh, you're enchanting. Right? Explain to me this book here. Explain to me who these characters are. Who do you know who this person is? Who in the first century was the first one to start putting together New Testament, Paul's epistles, and do you know who that is? You say these books are inspired by God, or do you know who the first ones who were? So I'm bringing to you all presentations because a lot of the work that I'm doing, and because of the multitasking that's taking place, you all are seeing the preparation that I am doing for when conversations are going to happen, because conversations are going to take place whenever anyone decides to hit the link that's posted, who who comes in and, you know, either has a disagreement. When the link is posted, you know, I always invite everyone to come up and speak. And when I make my rounds around, but you are seeing the preparation that's taking place and the study that I do from my own knowing, to be able to explain the story. And that was what led me on my path. What is this? I'm seeing these things. I'm seeing things that others aren't seeing. What is this? And that continues now because of the guidance that Saba Tehuti has given me and teaching me and expanding my vision and teaching me how to research by just doing it. What he does, I just observe and I pay attention to the things that aren't said. Because of that, he unlocked a final part of my consciousness that allows me to be the sound vibrational tone that always was me and is me, and that was bestowed upon me from him, from his own observation. So I'm very thankful and humble to the great Saba, and to you all who support this and who come in and give your attention to something that's so powerful, yet it's difficult for a lot of people to accept, especially for someone who, like me, you see how I bring forth my teachings and step by step, by step, by step, by step. I only skip certain things for time reasons, and even within this presentation here, there's, you know, I spoke to you about many things that I didn't put in here, but, you know, like Marcion. So Tua, again, everyone. So now, you know, we've made it to the Heka, and understanding the Heka that went into the Magus, the Magi, that began to create this matrix that has everyone hypnotized in a false fictional story and planting and basing their entire life, existence, soul, and energy into a fictional story of a fictional character that are all teachings taken and twisted from an original source of ancient peoples. So Heka'u, the author of spells, incantations, words of bewitchment, etc., his shrine was the Het Heka. To be able to properly guide you to the original source teachings of Heka, I must slow walk from where we are today to the beginnings of Heka being transformed into Magi'u, or Magu. So far, I have shown you biblical writings that were removed from the canon. This was started by Marcion, who is often credited as one of the first to create a fixed collection of Christian writings. Although his canon was quite different from what would later become the New Testament. He rejected the Old Testament and selected only a modified version of the Gospel of Luke and 10 of Paul's letters, including the pastoral epistles. So there's a lot of early Christians who were doing a lot of different things. So this Marcion said, I don't want the Old Testament. And you see that in many of the writings where they say the God of the Old Testament was an evil God. Yahweh, that's a different God from the God of the New Testament. This is a different revelation. You'll see that in writings. You'll see writings where in the Garden of Eden, Eve was given the knowledge from the snake, which was Jesus. That's old. That ain't a new concept that people came up with. This is what people were saying in the early 3rd century, 4th century. They were saying this. They were saying, no, the snake isn't evil. They were saying that then. So Marcion's canon spurred the early church to consider more carefully which writings should be considered authoritative. All right. So it is Marcion, his canon, which spurred the early church to consider more carefully which writings should be considered authoritative. So if you don't, if not you all here, but for anyone who's listening, if you all do not know who Marcion of Sinope is, then you cannot speak about this Bible with any type of authority in saying that this is the real word of God, because there's people who made this and put this together first. One of the next important persons you should know is Irenaeus. Irenaeus, circa 130 to 202 CE. His position and role: Irenaeus was the bishop of Lugdunum, modern-day Lyon, France, in the Roman province of Gaul. He is considered one of the most important early church fathers and is best known for his role in the development of Christian theology, particularly in combating heresies. All right. So his key works was Adversus Heresies, Against the Heresies, written around 180 CE. So all this is way prior to the Council of Nicaea, where this method is already being put in place. And again, the Council of Nicaea wasn't about what books were going into the New Testament. That's another matrix that's permeating the consciousness of today. So yes, Irenaeus is another important name. He wrote a 5-book treatise and a critical response to the various Gnostic sects that were prevalent at the time. Irenaeus sought to defend Orthodox Christianity, right, by contrasting the teachings of the church with those of the Gnostics. And again, another person that you should look into is Eusebius. Let's go back to my original God Kings of Kemet class, Scribal Sessions number 10. So these are some of the names that you all should know about who were the original sources of putting together any type of New Testament canon that now today has a hold of a large portion of the planet. What else was still taking place during these time periods? Let me now take you to a 3rd century document housed in the British Museum. Well, I put a lot in here. I didn't know I put this much in here. Okay. Okay, well, let's see what I got left. Okay. All right, so here's a 3rd century document housed in the British Museum. British Museum, and here's the number, 10070,1. All right, and so here you see the language here, which is again Demotic, a cursive form of the Medu. 3rd century CE, again the same time when these writings of the New Testament, even the books I showed, the Gospel of Thomas, all of the Nag Hammadi codices, the earliest attestation of Mark, 2nd century, earliest attestation of John, 2nd century. These are small little pieces, P52, P157, all these different papyri and codices that are being written is right here, 3rd century, in the middle of this. So this is still here. So let me read something from here. A spell a spell of giving favor. Come to me, O, thy beautiful name. O Tehuti, Hastin, come to me. Let me see thy beautiful face here today. I stand, being in the form of an ape, and do thou greet me with praise and adoration, with thy tongue of. Come unto me, that thou mayest hearken to my voice today, and mayest save me from all things evil and all slander. Ho, thou whose form is of his great and mysterious form, from whose begetting came forth a god, who resteth deep in Thebes. I am of the great lady, under whom cometh forth the Nile. I am the face of reverence, great soul, in its protection. I am the noble child who is in the house of Ra. I am the noble dwarf who is in the cavern. The ibis as a true protection, who resteth in I am the master of the great foe, lord of the obstructor of semen, mighty, my name. I am a ram, son of a ram. Sarput Muisro, and vice versa is my name. Light scarab noble is my true name. Grant me praise and love and reverence from In, son of In, today, and let him give me all good things, and let him give me nourishment and fat things, and let him do for me everything which I wish for, and let him not injure me so as to do me harm, nor let him say to me a thing which I hate today, tonight, this month, this year, this hour. But as for my enemies, the sun shall impede their hearts and blind their eyes and cause the darkness to be in their faces, for I am Bara. This is what you'll find in this papyrus here. And that's all the information I'll give for this, 10070. This is what is still taking place in the 3rd century CE, while the biblical stories are being written and organized, all while being right in the middle of Egypt. This is all extremely late, and what was taking place right before the final turn into Christianity being the religion forced upon everyone. For thousands of years prior, we were the possessors and performers of Heka and Aku, excellent of words. The original Magi are those who dwelled in the land of Nehes. So here is the original Magi. Magi, Ma-cha-u, right? Region of Nubia. The region of Nubia, the Magi. And this word Magi, right? The same that creates the word for magic, Magiu, Magus, right? The name of Simon Magus, early Christianity, is the same word for papyrus roll, Macha, and chisel. So go back to my Scribal session class. It's either the first or second one when I was showing the connection between the papyrus roll and the chisel, and how those two carry a lot of the same Medu. And so here's another example of this, Magi. So when you see this papyrus scroll, again, it's another, you'll see this at the end of a lot of words, right? So even when you look at Heka, you'll see the papyrus roll as a classifier. Well, this classifier has a tone in its Magi. Magi, papyrus roll, chisel, letter, dispatch, book. Seshu Magi, be scribe. The book of the scribe. The Netzer Magi, the God's book. And so the Magi in the Nubia area, right? Here in Nubian, it is Nehesi. The word Nehesi is the word for Nubian, and Nehes, which means to mutter incantation. To mutter incantation. Nehesi, to wake up, to rouse oneself. Right? So this Nehesi, which is the Magi, the Nubian region of Nuba, is Nehes, to utter incantation, right? The original Magi, the papyrus roll, and the chisel used to document and write down the Sta'u, used to write down the Medu Nefer, the Medu Neter. All right, let me check some of these comments. Peace and love. See what you all are saying here. All right, let's see. Okay. Peace and love. Let's see. Looks like there was a Ronald Beatty. Peace to you, Ronald Beatty. Hope you're here to learn. Nook Poo, Robert Williams says that reading is fire. Excellent. Man, cool. Everyone, please stay calm. Well, oh yes. So I was speaking, you know, after I get done with the class, I'll post the link and I'll be happy to have a discussion. Oh, I see. You said the Medu has never been deciphered and never will be. Oh, you would have to ask the ancient Egyptian what those symbols mean. Well, the good thing is, if you yeah, just hit the link if you want to discuss that with me. I'll be happy. I would love to have that discussion with you on whether we're reading this Medu right now or if everyone's just making this up right here. All right, here we go. Magic as speech, property, and right. The preceding statement of Aset is also of value for its clear declaration of the tripartite nature of magic being viewed as an inherent quality or property to be possessed, an ancient or an activity or rite to be performed, and as words or spells to be broken. Interestingly, to each of these aspects corresponds an element in the Egyptian creation myths. The spoken evocation of the cosmos, the physical separation of heaven and earth, and the origin of man as the tears of the sun god. The intrinsic association of magic and word is noted above and lies at the heart of modern Egyptology's obsession with the spell as the sine qua non of magic. This almost exclusive interest in the spoken and written spell is quite understandable in view of the many Egyptian statements which also stress this aspect of Heka. Thus, Tehuti, the neter of writing, is regularly qualified as excellent of magic. And what's that word? You see excellent of magic, and it's Menku Heka. In his capacity as Lord of Hieroglyphs, Neb Medu Necher. Similarly, Heka may be directly identified with the spoken word. Spells are specifically labeled as God's words. Medu Necher. And in the Apophis book, or APEP, British Museum number EA 188? Let me make sure I give that to you right. Make sure I tell you the right one. Yeah, that's correct. 10188. Is where you'll find APEP's book. The reciter warns the demon, "Retire, turn back at this magic, which has come forth from my mouth for Pharaoh." Depictions of the god Heka are also instructive as a Ka of Ra. He is described at Dendera as excellent of words, a quality which he bestows upon the local deity Hathor, or Het-Hor, who is in consequence great of magic. In this scene, Heka is accompanied by a feminine equivalent of the Ka, the Himuset Heka. You see the shield and the arrow, whose inscriptions, though rather bland, are nonetheless significant in that Het-Hor receives her gifts as Seshet, the goddess of writing, who copies texts. At Edfu, Heka presents to Heru his magic spread out before the god. Before the term spread out used mainly for the unrolling of the papyrus scrolls. All right. And the depiction of Heka bearing writing determinatives on his tray make obvious the association with writing. The accompanying Himuset Heka complements this impression, carrying the scribal equipment with this hieroglyph for the word writing. She is described as follows. And here is this very Nefer, powerful image here from Edfu, or Behutet is the real name, Behutet. And you see here this Netert with the shield and arrow with a plate holding the Seka'u, holding the Seshu, the writing papyrus, or not papyrus, the scribal palette here in her hands in a tray. And here is Heka, right, with the glyph here of Pech, holding the glyph with reeds, writings. All right, Himuset, female counterpart of the Ka. Female counterpart of the Ka, right? The Ka in Heka. The female is Himuset, shown with a shield and arrows. And so we'll read this over here on this side here. Here's An in Nuk Himuset Heka Neb Aku Ket Seshu Res Sen, and then Ka Senefer Ka Dejes. And okay, here I actually have the transliteration up here too. The Himuset of Heka, possessor of spells. Possessor of what? Aku. So Aku, possessor of Aku. So yes, the word Aku and Heka are a lot of times used together. So she's possessor of Aku, bearing her writings, which are in her mouth. She has caused worship of you, Heru, to be effective. Sa'ak. She has prophesied your good fortune. She has caused that your mercy be fixed in hearts. And so here, in a list of hieroglyphic characters, CXXXVIII, you see right here on top of her head, Himuset, the female counterpart of Ka, of the Ka, of Heka, is this. All right, the symbol of the goddess Neith as a huntress, an arrow and a hide of a beast to hunt. And then here you see it, arrows and a target, spear, pike, stab, transfix. And then you see the bow, the Nubian bow, symbol of Nubia and the Egyptian Sudan. You know, the Magi is the land of the bow, where the Nehes reside, the enchanters used to extend or spread out, to stretch, shoot an arrow, and protect. And so this word right here, that is the arrow, is wah or uah. The source of the word one comes from this, wah, which is a spear or an arrow. Which is also one of Net's or Neith's name is Uati, as the one. He has made for them magic as a weapon to resist the events that happen. Page 226 in the Tale of Sinaway. This is from the teachings of King Mary Kara. The Seba'it of Mary Kara, what does he teach us? He says that magic, or Heka, Heka'u, which was translated into Magus or the Magu, that was used to plant the hypnosis on the planet, right? The source, Heka, what was it used for? As a weapon to resist the events that happen. So this is why I have to take you through this journey to show you what it has become and why it was able to do what it did, and why we must now utilize the Heka for what it was made for, while being in a war with Isfet. So Mary Kara teaches us that Heka'u was made as a weapon, you see here, to resist the events that happen. Oh, Himuset, you know, the Netert of Heka, the female counterpart of Heka, who is the shield and weapon. Also through the scribal writings, through the having the Aku in her mouth. From Egyptian magic to conscious light. For the second section of this class, I will take you deep into sources you have never seen before or has been taught in any public setting to give you the voice of the ancestors. Dua for your attention and for your ears. May the Medu of my Ebe permeate your Aku. Minku Aku means the perfect or excellent words of power. Minku Heka, perfect in the knowledge of spells. And this in the Minku or the Minket is a chisel. You know, the word Magi. Aku, words of power. Protective formulae, spells, the magical formulae of thought, of Tehuti, magical words. Light, spirit, light, words of power. Aku. Dua Hotep Henu. I am Tim. I am complete here in part one. Just to bring you here from Egyptian magic, and now we can get into the conscious light, which is Aku. So Tua for your time, Tua for your attention. If you appreciate this class and what came forward, if you learned anything new, if you appreciate the teachings, please send in support. Utilize those links that are pinned to the top. Uncle Jaseneb, Hotep Ma'at, and I am complete.
What's up, great brother? Can you hear me?
Hotep, yes, I can hear you.
My screen look like it's frozen. Yo, that was fire, bro. I was lost for a minute. I ain't gonna hold you, right? But you you made it all make sense, bro. That was fire. Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me put my screen how it's supposed to be. Yo, I got it, bro. I understand. I was man, that was fire, bro. Oh man. At the end, yeah, how you I wouldn't even call that the snake style. That was the owl style. I don't know. Oh man, that was incredible, brother. That was absolutely incredible. Oh man. I love how you showed the I don't even know where to begin, bro. I'm blown away. I'm almost speechless, Ani. Cause I was lost at first, a little bit. I was getting a little bit confused, but I understand because you was breaking down the Greek words, and then you took it back to the Medu to show us, and then I love how you brought it all full circle and showed us how they using the magic against us. Yo, that was incredible. Yo, that was absolutely, that was a flawless victory there, bro. I read the chat a little bit when you paused to see what was going on in the chat, and then I got confused because I was like, okay, I'm kind of losing it. But then you took it back, and I was like, oh, okay. When you showed the picture, and then you explained the Nev symbol, you made it all make sense, good brother. 2 out for that. I've heard that word a lot and didn't really understand it other than warrior, Magi, you know. So 2 out for that, bro. I love how you showed how you started with the Greek word for magic, and you was showing Plutarch and how Magi, Magi or I can't really say the word. Ma'eu means wisdom and bewitched, and to sing incantation to bring forth. And then I was with you, and then as you took us on that ride, I was getting a little confused, but I was understanding what you was doing, but I couldn't relate it until the end. How you oh man, that was a movie, bro. That was great, bro. I don't know if you could see my face. I'm blown away. Man, that was great, bro. I love how you showed the secret gospel of Mark. I've heard so much about it, but I never saw it. I never actually they don't never give us the ancestral artifacts. They don't ever show it to us, so a lot of times just a lot of talk, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the secret gospel of Mark, it was great, bro. And then you even showed the gospel of Thomas, and I was like, wow, that was nice, because I never saw that neither. Never saw those writings, bro. And then how you related it to the papyrus that was written in 200 BCE. I was like, okay, bro, that was a masterclass. It was long, and then that was a movie, right? That is a great movie that you're watching, and then you don't understand how it ties together, and then at the end, you made it all make sense, brother. I think that was the name of Common's third album. One Day It'll All Make Sense. 2 out for that, great brother. That was nice, brother. I'm gonna end it like that, because that was absolutely phenomenal. That was great, bro. Thank you, Hotep Henu, for that. And man, oh man, shout out to Nook Poo, bro. for staying focused, brother. And shout out to Superhero 84. Man, I love this frequency that we are in. I love you brothers so much. I love everybody in the chat. And this is what it's about, man. This is what it's about, high level learning. And, you know, being open to say that I don't know. And then being wise enough to actually sit and learn and be willing to learn and be willing to say, I didn't know that. The only part of that class that I knew, that I thought I knew, was the word Magi. I thought it meant warrior, because I hear, well, I used to hear, because I don't frequent those chats no more. But I used to hear people talk about the Magi, you know, and I didn't. Now I have a and so to that great brother, I'm gonna let the good brother Minku speak. Man, Hotep and Henu to you for that, brother. That class was, man, that class was great. I hope everybody tuned in and watched the whole thing, and I hope everyone was able to get from it what I was able to get, because I'm a baby and I just want to learn, you know. And I'm honored to be here with you, to be up on this panel, and to be in this frequency, and to be able to, right? Because I said I want to learn, and bro, you gave it to us, bro, today. That was fire. That was fire. I definitely look forward to running this back tomorrow, like, because I want to, you know, it's like one of the movies, like, I was getting lost. I'm telling you, bro, in the middle, I was getting lost. I was trying to make it make sense. You know, a lot of times when the movie is playing, you like, oh, okay, you know, he's, you know, you start pointing out the character, right? You know, I couldn't do that. I was getting lost until the end, and you brought it all full circle and made it make sense. So Hotep and Henu to you for that, brother, and I'm gonna end it like that, great brother.
Tua, Henu to you, great brother. For that, yeah, this is a there's a lot of information, and putting it together is difficult, and I put it together in a certain way to be able to teach on certain things that can't really teach on publicly like that. So I had to do a lot of what they would call parables. So I'm glad that it was able to connect for you at the end, and I knew it would. Once I take everyone back to the Medu, it all makes sense, because these Greeks and Romans, that's what they're about, Isfet and confusion. So organizing the Isfet, because it's so chaotic, can cause a lot of confusion. And so this is why I'm bringing these classes the way that I am, and spreading them out, and why I spent so much time on just the first part, and concluding with where we're going to go into to teach the real teachings of the Heka and Aku. But what they did with our magic, as I read, you know, Jesus wasn't here to bring, he didn't come to bring peace. He come to bring fire and swords. And so I show you, you know, what the original, what Mary Kara teaches us about Heka'u, and how it's supposed to be used as a weapon to defend ourselves. So we have to know what's really taking place, and how it's still very much evident in today's time, because the Matrix doesn't show you. It's the veil is always there. So even when we know certain things, a lot of times we can forget what's really taking place. And you know, I traverse many different realms of consciousness, and there's a lot of isfet taking place. So it's part of my role to bring it forward, so that we always can keep in mind what really is happening, and that it hasn't gone away. Just because you don't see it or hear about it, it still exists, and it's an energy, it's a consciousness that is always around, and it's huge. Like, it's huge. So to our great brother, for your appreciation, and for being able to have it connect and make sense there with the Himuset Heka at the end, and the Magi. So Tuan Hinu to you, great brother.
Nini up, great brother.
Hotep Henu, Ersen, Aten Tehuti. Man, that was very, very special. What I love the most is being able to witness what you did with the time. To be able to do what you did, everything that happened before you prepared this, because you said you've been wanting to do this for a while. And the same thing goes with Saba, and the same things go with the Ahut and the ancestors and the followers of Ma'at. And this is the reason why being a scribe and recording is so important, because when it's time for you to do what Ani just did, or Aten Tehuti just did, you're prepared for this time, and what you can do with the time should be magic. What you bring the Aku by everything that you have prepared and organized and scribed, and your preparation. And I really love how when you shared my name, you shared the chisel part, because I was like, everybody that is sitting through this and listening is being, the thing that came to my mind was alchemy, and then the blacksmith, and then iron sharpens iron, and the Aku, the fire is necessary, and the secrets of nature is necessary to be able to do what you did. This teaching was long, but that's what we need, right? Because you're unraveling us like Saba did last night, and you're taking us beyond where we've been, probably mentally, right? You took us beyond where we've been before, and that's uncomfortable. That's the hard thing when you are taken beyond your level of consciousness that you're familiar with. And that's why the recordings of the scribes, and that's what makes Ma'at so powerful, with the Medunetter being a cosmic language and a living language. And our history, this history was worthy of being recorded because of the magic of it, the power of it, the love that they put into what they recorded, and everything that was created is necessary for us to be shaped and chiseled into what we are to become. So I really love what you did with the time. Like the average song, I love how you shared the etymology of enchant song, how you talked about the Magi, and how it fits in, because you said the veil's always there. And so to be able to go past the veil, we need these kinds of teaching. That's why this is so powerful, everything that's happening. But what you did with the time, when you think about a song, right? There was a time where the average song on the radio was 3 minutes and 33 seconds. That is the time you are allotted to do something special and magic. And some people say you can tell if a song is really going to be powerful or hit record, like in the first 10 seconds. You can tell if this is a banger or not. And so I love what you did with time, but you would not been able to do that if it wasn't for everything that you did, all your hard work, all your dedication, all your battles, all of being a good student is, it's a beautiful struggle. It's a beautiful journey. And so I really appreciate how your ability to focus and your love for clarity. And that's where the law of attraction comes in, because once you're able to really put your energy and focus into a thing, then you're able to essentially do magic and do whatever you want to do, because you're focused on the thing and you're in it and you become it. And then you can create what you want to create with it. And so I love it too. The reason why I understood why this had to be long, because you had to take us into the chaos. So when you brought us to the meta netter, it would all make sense to us. So the followers of Ma'at, they were scribing because what they were writing was worthy to be recorded. And this is definitely, this teaching is very much worthy to be recorded. And so I'm glad we're in this digital era where we can record and we can do everything that we're doing. We are walking on the path to awakening, and we're walking in the footsteps of the followers of Ma'at and the ancestors. So I love how you ended it with Tehuti, and I feel like we still have so much to learn about Tehuti, the priest, the magician, the god of the word. That's just such a powerful reality of everything that was going on in Tamari. So man, you definitely went in, and what you're able to do, we know where your free time is going. And so we appreciate you being a great student, great brother. Hinu Hotep, this was definitely this is one for the books. So Tua, for all that you put into this, and blessing us and healing us and bringing us into the conscious light. Hinu Hotep.
Hinu Hotep, to our great brother for that. Yes, I saw Atu say that there's a noise in the background. Yeah, that's just Minku Ara's mic. He has a lot of air blowing over there. So to our great brother, for your Medu, very powerful. Yes, I'm happy that you great brothers are here, and you know, your Akus and what it brings forward is just amazing to me. So, you know, in every class I have, you know, I always put you brothers in them. So Tua for your words, and for just being who you are. I appreciate that wholeheartedly. So yes, these classes, I'm actually attempting to make them shorter, but they don't. I don't know what's happening. but good thing I did say, okay, let me just turn this into 2 parts, because when I see what's taking place, and there's just because I'm a warrior, and because when I'm in the fight, you know, and so it brings a lot of motivation and inspiration when I know that there are those of you who will be able to receive this and do some powerful things with it. You know, a lot of my classes aren't for a large audience. Those classes will be later, but for now, in the early stages, that's why I do a lot of classes on Heka and Aku. So for those who are here and able to take in what's happening and what I'm bringing forward, will make us stronger individually. So now when we're together as a whole, the incantations are fully conscious of themselves within us. And every thought and word that we utter is a conscious thought, right? We come forth as conscious light. So every movement that we do has to be one from a conscious state. And this is what the great ancestors did, and why they were able, and their words were able to be reality. So I'm very grateful for, you know, my position, and for the PTAHs that guide me and walk with me and have led me here and helped to keep me safe and protected through all the ISFET while I was in the process of waking up and rising. And I'm thankful and grateful for everyone's who's here, you great brothers, and everyone who supports us. Your PTAH, your PTAH who are with you and who stand with you, and who help to keep you strong, so that we all can come together again. So it inspires me and motivates me, and that's why I go so hard with everything, because this story has to be told, and it has to be documented. So Tu'ahinu, great brothers, and Tu'ahinu to everyone who's with us, everyone who came in, and if you all see anybody come in and who's on an adversarial energy, what we have to do is we got to motivate them. You got to make them think a specific type of thing, because I want someone to hit the panel. I don't want to run them off before we hit the links. So when someone comes in, don't let them feel the axe. You know, it's like a you guys ever seen like the ant trap killer things, where it's like a little thing and it has some liquid inside, and you allow the ant to go in there, and then it takes it back to the colony. You know, when you have that out, you don't kill the ants before they make it back. You have to let them come and grab and then take it back. So to everyone who is out here with your axes out, ready to kill Isfet, because that's what this is all about. So Tua Henu, Ma Karu, peace and love to everyone. And I will, I took the support and I added them all together. And so let me show that, and then we will close out. We got a late start because we were figuring out this, working with a lot of the technical stuff in the back. Okay, let's see if I can. Pull this up for you all. To everyone who supported this class, there's a lot that goes into bringing this forward. Okay, let's see if okay, let's go to share screen here. And then okay, there we go. And I put these all together just to make it a little bit easier for me through this new system. And here we go. Let's read the dua. All right, so here, dua, everyone who sent in support. So here's SESHions, who sent in 20 for TUA'ISHIN, Henu and Tua, SESHions. Nukpu, who sends in 333 for Hotep Henu, Orsin, Nefer, Neter, Ani. And 333 for Dua, Ma Karu, Ma Karu, Ma Karu, with a bunch of Heka symbols. Hotep Henu, great brother, Nukpu. Appreciate all that you do and all that you come forward as, great brother, Tua Henu. And we have the great Robert Williams, who sends in 2072 for Jesus, the Magi. TFTN, thanks for the knowledge. Tua, you are very welcome, great brother. Tua for you and your consistency, and appreciating the teachings, and yeah, you're consistent, and yeah, just Tua for coming forth, great brother. Eric G, that's it, is here. He sends in 1111 for great presentation. This was great. Tua for your work. Nini Ook, you are very welcome. Tua to you, great brother, for supporting. Hope to see you at the Pathways this year. I'm sure you'll be there, great brother. Looking forward to speaking with you and seeing you again, good brother. All right, and next we have Jinx, Superhero 84, Aspiring Netter, who sent in $5 and 2222 for Heck and Owl, Ankh Uja Seneb, with 3 Netter axes. Tua Henu, great brother. Appreciate you. Glad that you are here with us, and Tua for your consistency and coming forward in the classes and supporting. And may all adversarial isfat be removed. Tua to you. And another $5 for, it just says for. So Tua, great brother. Oxafek sent in 2072. This was for last class. Dua Atef for Kufu and the Heka Henu. Tua to his great brother Oxafek for supporting every single class. Tua Henu to you, great brother. Definitely looking forward to speaking with you at the Pathways as well. Tua Henu. And we have the great Anu and Antu, who sent in $10 for Hotep Marie Tua or Sin Ani Nefer Extensive Class Henu, the Black Ebe. Henu, Henu to you. Yes, I know that you Anu, I know you appreciate a lot what was in here. And Antu, Tua for coming forward as you do. Is very powerful to see the works that you're doing. So Tua for your consistency and your disciplines. Hotep Henu. And we have the great Black Alucard, who sent in $10 for 3 flames and Henu. Henu to the great brother Black Alucard. Peace to you, great brother. Tua for your support and for being here in the class and taking in the teachings and all that you are doing to come forth as a netter. Dua Henu. And lastly, I will show we have Fix here, 999 for Tua HOA for this insane breakdown. Big respect every time. Hotep Marie. Hotep Marie, Tua to you, great brother, for this. Again, and as well for your very powerful Nefer Medu of your words for my tones. And that really hit my Ebe, great brother. So Tua for that, and for supporting the tones and the teachings and the classes as well. So let's give all the great Maru a round of applause. Atef, I don't hear any sounds.
Better keep teaching like this. You, yo. I was thinking, I was like, they really, the culture has shifted.
I don't play with pseudos.
So it's been here. How long the pyramid's been here? 1 million years? Oh, the pyramid's been here before the Big Bang, brother?
Hotep Henu, to all the great supporters, the Meru, the Kuru of the House of Aten. It is you all who allow this to exist. So Tua, peace and love. Yeah, Tua, very thankful for you all. So yes, houseofaten.org. Go get your tickets for the Pathways to Awakening. Hotep Stranger, peace to you, great brother as well, for supporting. You sent in a super chat, and I don't see it. It looks like it wasn't saved here on YouTube, but want to give you Henu as well, great brother Stranger, for sending in that $20 super chat, and for supporting the class and the teachings and all that you are doing. I'm looking forward to hearing your tones. I'm ready for some beats. So when you got something ready, let me know. And and we can do some work. So all right, peace and love. And great brother Napu wants fusion, and we'll close out with fusion. We'll close out with that, great brother. So all right, so yes, we'll begin the close out. I'll start first. Hotep Henu, Ma Karu, Dua, to everyone. Tua for your attention. Without your attention, this does not exist. Tua for your auntie, your ears, and your ability to sajim, to hearken and to listen. I know that these classes are extensive and very meticulously detailed, but this is the organization that's taking place within my mind that I'm able to share with you all through my journey of research. And so tua for everyone for being a part of this and for supporting. So with that, I'll close. Sekim M Arit Murder Ka'a Simu Hatu Natiru Pert Ent Hetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in peace. Dua.
To our great brother Enwutep, to our master teacher Tehuti, Enwutep to his Terts, to the ancestors for allowing the womb circle to take place. I'm trusting and believing that all the HOA members that participated were healed, empowered, and nourished with the love of the Netaru. So to the ancestors for allowing that to take place. Peace and love to Primordial, to Atef, and of course, ATEN to Huti. We appreciate your warrior pose, and when you're in the fight, you're in the fight. Your commitment is obvious, and we thank the Netaru for you and your focus, your dedication, your commitment to being a great student and to being a leader. This teaching was wonderful. I hope it reaches all those who need it. And I will end with the adoration to Tehuti. Come to me, Tehuti, O noble Ibis. Come to me and give me counsel to make me skillful in your calling. He who masters it is found fit to hold office. Fate and fortune are to be found with you. And
Peace and love to the chat. Peace and love to everybody that supports. It was great to see everyone's poise in the chat. It made me very proud. It made me very it pleased my ear to see the responses and the way everyone was so focused on the class. You know, the most important thing was Ani's teachings, and that never everyone in the chat never lost sight of that. And it was great to see. And it makes I'm honored, man. I'm honored to be in this energy. And it allows me to know that I'm in the right place and that I'm doing the right thing. My mate shared some Nefer things in the from the womb circle. I'm excited to speak to her a little more. But I'm very happy for her. I'm very happy for all of the sisters that participated. I'm very grateful to our Saba for all that he does. I'm very grateful for his mate, for Sister Nani, for doing that. And Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful time that we're in, and I don't take it for granted. And I just I appreciate all of you. Appreciate you, great brother Ani, for all that you do and pushing this movement forward. Definitely look forward to you teaching to the masses. I won't call it I won't call them debates, but I definitely look forward to you know, some of the naysayers, you know, uh, becoming enlightened and being able to be taught, being humbled, and new to the Natiru, and new to all the great brothers and sisters out there that appreciate this. And new to everyone that supports, that did support, that does support, that will support in the future. This is a beautiful time that we're in. And new to our great master teacher, Saba Tahuti Amenhotep Ra, for his master class yesterday as well. Yeah, I'm gonna end it with that, man. I'm grateful. I'm very appreciative, very grateful to be able to learn and to be able to be taught and to learn what I'm learning. It's very nefer. So I'll end it with today's teaching. Are you gonna do fusion before that, Ani? How you gonna do it?
No, I'll close it out with after the affirmation.
After the affirmation? Okay. All right. So we'll end it with the affirmation. Can you post it again? I gotta learn how to post it in this new program that we use, and I appreciate everyone's patience too. As we you know, elevate and expand and grow with you know, with this technology and being able to use the technology in a good way. I appreciate you all so much.
Minku, are you able to pull it up?
I'm working on sharing it.
Okay.
Join us, House of ATTEN, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of the Tiru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
Okay, you got it.
Okay.
I see it.
Yes, I see it. Let me make sure that they can see it. Okay.
Oh, Hotep and Henu to the great primordial thought and his mate. Travel safely, great brother. We will end it the way we began with our beautiful affirmation from today's teachings. A spell of giving favor. Come to me, O thy beautiful name. O Tehuti, hasten. Come to me. Let me see thy beautiful face here today. I stand, being in the form of an ape, and do thou greet me with praise and adoration, with thy tongue of, come unto me that thou mayest hearken to my voice today, and mayest save me from all things evil and all slander.
Come join us, House of ATTEN, Ancient Tehutian Teachings and the Teru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
When you see me in the flesh, it's just illusion. My reference is direct, yet can seem illusion. No confusion, they're confused by hermeneutics. When Tehuti's up, you'll learn how Hermes loses. No Trismegistus, Greeks try to write themselves within our storyline. Our point of lies, they think we're stupid. Romanticize your life when you got shot by Cupid. Ain't no butterflies inside, just ether moving. Electrified the block with chains instead of having ether moving. Adding up your currency, invest in future. The ancient past has my foresight so sharp. A cut of the eye slices timelines in half. Observation creating reality. Realities as real as you see on TV. Choosy lover, in between the sheets, no Isley brother. I inundate the papyri like Murray. Wisdom writer before I hit 30. Removing all of that what doesn't serve me. Take a straight line and make it curvy. My pole will open portals if you're worthy. Step in, double body traversing through light waves. When I see light body, I give light waves. No, that isn't hello. High means give praise. High creates husband house band where music is played. I bet they thought we think the same things. No way. I program Hekau within these tones. Still in a crowded room and I'm alone. Bring it back to source throughout a song. Transform into a God, you sing along. Ain't no fear inside. The start of knowledge is you fearing God. That's what they tell you, but they lied. Ain't nowhere to hide. The warrior's out now. Euphoria's hyped down. Temporal. Falsehoods alluring you through lies. We're the oracles. Original orators through Ouroboros. To uncommon my auras. Emanating through the eyes like aura. Eyes of fire before Yahshua. Yah. Shoot his I tend. Bring the sources back in. More thought through Orpheus. Industry's the pedestry. That's where your source is. The truth in disguise. And truly I'm disgusted. It's time to choose sides. When you see me in the flesh, it's just illusion. Nectar body, divine fusion. Use ions as I tuned it. Move wrist, cooking up truth like a new dish. Consume this, feed souls when I move lips. Give flowers, that's two lips. Illumination. Who are you? Mirror gaze, face truth. Found self, how could you lose? Refuse when ray is fused, I'm in. Fusion.